Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this AFRINIC-34 public policy meeting. And without further ado, I'm introducing you to the co-chairs. They are Darwin Da Costa and Vincent Ngundi. They will be the moderators and drive this public policy meeting of today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Madvi, for that. And good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first day of the 34th AFRINIC policy public policy meeting. My name, as Madvi said, is Vincent Gundi. I'm one of the co-chairs of the PDP working group, PDWG. And at this point, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite my co-chair, Darwin, to introduce himself, and then we can get on with the agenda of the day. Thank you. Darwin, please.
Yes, thank you, Vincent. Can you hear me loud and clear? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Darwin.
All right, perfect. So welcome everybody to the AFRINIC-34 public policy meeting. We are all excited to be here today. Thanks, Vincent, as well. And as Madhu mentioned, well, me and Vincent are the co-chairs for today's and tomorrow's sessions. And before we even go ahead, I just wanted to thank the entire community, also to thank the PLT team for the valuable support they are providing us on that. So thank you very much and welcome.
Okay, Darwin, I'm being told that you need to adjust your audio. It's not very clear. Just so that it's a little bit louder. Thank you. Next slide, please. So I'll run us through the agenda of the first day. We'll start with welcome, which you've already done, an introduction, and the overview of the agenda, which is what I'm doing right now. We'll also talk about the guidelines for participating, which have already been partially covered by the facilitator or the MC. Thereafter, we'll talk about the AFRINIC PDP, and as well as the process of building and determining consensus. We'll thereafter hand this over to the Secretariat, who will give us a presentation on the policy update from the other RIRs. And then the Secretariat again will take us through the policy implementation experience report. And thereafter, we'll have a Q&A session. We'll have a 10-minute break. And after that, we'll talk about the first three policy proposals that we'll be discussing today. And we'll close for the day at about 1300 UTC. So next slide, please. So I'll start with the guidelines for participating. Next slide. As mentioned, there are certain rules, or which you call the code of conduct, that participants need to observe during public policy meetings and beyond, actually, even including the RPD mailing list. One, we need to behave professionally and respectfully at all times, ensuring that we use language that ensures respect and civility in discussions. Again, we need to act in the best interest of the African community at all times. And we also need to respect the agenda. So let's keep our remarks within the topic for the relevant part of the meeting. So if it's a policy proposal, let's discuss a policy proposal. If it's open mic, then let's have discussions that are centered around the open mic. And according to the code of conduct, harassment, intimidation, or offensive behavior will not be tolerated. And if it happens, like the MC said, then of course, the moderators and us as co-chairs will take appropriate action. Next slide. How can one participate in the PPM? There will be a session for question time. So let's restrict any questions and queries we have to that time. And it's open for all participants. There is a Q&A window on the Michiko conference platform, as was mentioned. For those following the PPM on Facebook and YouTube, among other social media, the Secretariat is monitoring, and your questions and queries will be posted on the Q&A window. You can also subscribe to the RPD mailing list and make your contributions to the policy discussions. They'll also be monitored. And you can also consult the archives. It's an open process, so the archives are available to anybody, and you can access them to acquaint yourself with the discussions on policy proposals. Next slide. When given the floor, you need to introduce yourself. And how do you do that? You state your full names and your affiliation clearly so that we can relate with where you're coming from. We need to respect timekeeping. You'll notice that time is very limited in public policy meetings, and you also need to keep it on point and make them reasonably short. We have participants with various language backgrounds. We also have translators, so we need to speak slowly and clearly to allow the translators to adequately translate, and also the non-native speakers to be able to follow what you're saying. If you're opposing or supporting a policy proposal, just be objective and give your objective reason without just be direct and go straight to the point. And also always bear in mind that you need to abide to the code of conduct. If microphones are closed before you have had a chance to speak, you can post your message on the RPD mailing list, or you can also post them on the Q&A and chat platforms that have already been provided on this online platform. Next slide. Now we'll talk about the AFRINIC PDP, and thereafter I'll take us through the process of building and determining consensus. We'll start with the AFRINIC PDP process. Next slide. Next slide. So what are internet number resource policies? Internet number resource policies are the guidelines by which AFRINIC manages internet number resources, and they're also the guidelines that AFRINIC as a secretariat uses to offer service to its membership. These policies are developed by the AFRINIC Internet Community, which is referred to as the Policy Development Working Group, and they're developed through the AFRINIC policy development process, as we will see. Next slide. What is a policy development working group? As I said, it's what forms. It's composed of anyone that is involved in discussing a policy proposal, and it really brings together what we call the African Internet Community, which is drawn from people that are of African descent, but also beyond, as long as their interest is for the development of the African Internet Community. It's chaired by two co-chairs, currently it's myself from Kenya and Darwin Da Costa from Angola. And we as co-chairs are supported by a policy liaison team that is drawn from the AFRINIC Secretariat, and they help us in managing and overseeing our duties. Next slide. What are our roles as a PDP co-chairs? One is to moderate discussions in the RPD mailing list. Secondly is to, moderating is actually beyond the RPD mailing list. We also moderate during public policy meetings, as is the case here. Our role also entails determining whether there is rough consensus during open public policy proposal discussions. We also have the role of initiating and determining and terminating the final review of proposals, which is referred to as the last call. Depending on the outcome, we're responsible for sending a report, outcomes of policy proposal discussions to the AFRINIC Board of Directors, and also publishing meetings of proceedings or public policy meetings after they happen. Next. What is the policy development process? Essentially, it's a set of steps by which the African Internet Committee proposes, deliberates, and adopts the policies that guide the use of internet number resources in the African region. It's an open process, as you'll see. It is transparent, or it should be transparent, and it should be bottom up, meaning that it starts from going up as compared to a top-down approach. Next slide. The policy development process is a policy in itself. So it's documented in the Consolidated Policy Manual, and it's also subject to change. The procedures in the PDP are designed to be fair, open, and objective. It ensures that you provide ample opportunity for participation by any interested party. And again, decisions in the PDP are based on rough consensus. I will see what that means. As I said, changes to the PDP must follow the PDP itself, because the PDP is a policy in itself. and implemented policies can evolve to adapt to new situations that prevail. Next slide. So there are three principles that guide the policy development process. The first one is openness, and this is to ensure that policy development happens in an open forum. As we said, the RPD mailing list is open for joining by anyone. The archives are open for review by the RPD archives are open for review by everyone, and the public policy meetings are also open for participation by anyone. So anyone can actually participate. The second principle is transparency. So everything is documented, publicly available, and we're looking at, as I said, the RPD archives on the website. And finally, the third principle is fairness, where the goal of all discussions is to ensure the fair distribution of limited internet number resources. Next slide. So this is a simplified flowchart of the policy development process. The process begins by anyone submitting a proposal, a policy proposal, to the RPD mailing list. And once a proposal is posted to the RPD mailing list, it's also published on the website. The current policy development process stipulates that the policy proposal has to be discussed for at least 4 weeks before it goes to a public policy meeting. Once it gets to a public policy meeting, which is where we are today, this is a public policy meeting, the policy proposal is discussed, and based on the input and comments during the in the RPD as well as the public policy meeting, then the co-chairs decide whether rough consensus has been achieved or not. If rough consensus is achieved, it goes to the last call period, which should run for at least 2 weeks. If there's no consensus, it goes back to the RPD mailing list for further discussion until the next public policy meeting. So at the last call period, at the last call stage, if again there's consensus, the co-chairs prepare a report and forward it to the board of directors for ratification. If there's no consensus, again it goes back to the RPD for further discussion and again to follow the rest of the procedures. Once it gets to the board of directors and is ratified, it's forwarded to staff to the AFRINIC secretariat, which is staff for implementation. Next slide. All ratified policies are documented in the AFRINIC policy manual, which is available on that link. You can check it out on the AFRINIC website. And this manual is updated once new policies are ratified and implemented. And the purpose of coming up with a consulted public policy manual was to ensure that we have a central point of accessing all, an aggregated point of accessing all AFRINIC policies, which made it easier for referencing and for referencing and implementation. Next slide. I'll not go through the process of building and determining consensus, which is really one of the key roles of the co-chairs of the AFRINIC PDWG. Next slide. So this mandate is actually drawn from the CPM. Section 3.0 of the CPM identifies that one of the objectives of the PDP is to, one, provide ample opportunity for participation and comment by all interested parties, and again, establish widespread internet community consensus. And that's where the mandate of building consensus comes from. Again, when you look at section 3.4.2 of the CPM, it stipulates that the chairs determine whether rough consensus has been achieved during a public policy meeting. Next slide. So there are kind of three elements to building and determining consensus, but more so we draw our processes and procedures, and we are guided rather by RFC 7282, which is an RFC on consensus and harming in the IETF. It is a guide to building and determining consensus, and it is developed for the IETF, but also can be used in an environment similar to ours, which is similar to what the IETF process. There are three elements mainly. One is moderation of policy proposal discussions. So the whole objective of moderation of policy proposal discussion is to, one, identify objections, and that's how we go about it. We identify objections as co-chairs, and contentious issues regarding the policy proposal in question. And then we track open issues yet to be addressed by authors and participants. And the whole purpose is to really direct the PDWG towards the key issues that are key to determining consensus. How do we build consensus as co-chairs? One, we direct the PWG towards the areas that are contentious. So after we identify as part of moderation, we ensure that we focus the PWG towards the areas that are still contentious or where there are valid objections. Again, in building consensus as co-chairs, we encourage participants to focus and seek consensus in such areas. And we ensure that concerns raised through the AFRINIC impact assessment are also addressed because they are key to the implementation of policy proposals once they become policies. Next slide. The third process is determining consensus. And as co-chairs, our objective is to always aim for rough consensus. Obviously, the ideal situation is to have absolute consensus, but it's not always tenable. So our objective is to always aim for rough consensus. And rough consensus is not built determining through a voting system. It's not a voting mechanism. It's just by ensuring that all objections and concerns that are raised are adequately addressed. And as co-chairs, we focus on looking and seeking consensus throughout the process. So it's not an ultimate target. It is a process that from the process of moderation to the process of building consensus and determining consensus. All through we look at seeking consensus through the process. So there's no voting mechanism. And just to give you an idea of how we view consensus, if we have 100 people who are for a policy proposal and just 5 people who are against, that might not be rough consensus, because if a minority of participants, for instance, have a valid objection, that objection must be dealt with before rough consensus can be had. So it's not about numbers. The numbers that we focus on are the issue that we focus on is, are there valid objection or objections or not? Again, you could have 5 people for and have 100 people against a policy proposal, but that might still be rough consensus because. So you might also have 5 people for and 100 people who are against, and this might also be considered to be rough consensus because as long as there are no valid objections, it means that the consensus, rough consensus, has been achieved. Next slide, please. So this is just an overview of the process of building and determining consensus. As co-chairs, one, we moderate policy proposal discussions. And how do we do that? It's by identifying objections and contentious issues, and then tracking open issues that are yet to be addressed. I think those are 2 main issues that we address in the moderation phase. And as you can see, it runs all through the process. Building consensus again, as co-chairs, we direct the working group towards open issues. That's one. Secondly, we encourage the working group to focus and seek solutions to the issues that are open. And then thirdly, we leverage on impact assessment to address open issues. And the impact assessment is from the Secretariat. When it comes to determining consensus, one, our focus as co-chairs is to ensure that all open issues have been addressed. Secondly, we look and seek for consensus throughout the process, as I've explained. We avoid, there is no voting, because voting can lead to vote stuffing. And again, rough consensus is really determined by ensuring that there are no contentious issues that are open and that all contentious issues have been addressed. Next slide. Yeah, I think from here now I'll hand over to Madhvi from the Secretariat to take us through the policy update from other IRIRs, and then we'll progress with the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Madhvi Gokul. I am the Senior IP Resource Specialist at AFRINIC. And together with my colleague Bryce Abba, we provide liaison duties to the AFRINIC PDWG co-chairs. So today we'll walk you through what's happening or what's happened in the policy landscape of the other RIRs. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so we will talk about the proposals that have been discussed in the other RIRs public policy meetings or about to be discussed. And I'll also talk to you briefly about the RIR comparative policy matrix. Next slide. So from the AFRINIC policy discussions mailing list, there have been 4 proposals that reached a consensus during AFRINIC 52, and the AFRINIC Secretariat has been asked to implement the proposals. So the proposals are around different topics, for example, making the policy wording simpler. Next slide. Okay, and in these 2 policies, so we have one proposal suggesting that their LIR second opinion request process to be removed from the policy as it's rarely used. And another proposal that will be implemented would be to clearly define both the end site and the user definitions in the policy document to avoid any confusion. Next slide. At the RIPE NCC, there are currently no active RIPE policy proposals. However, they're working on a revised version of the RIPE policy development process, and it's under discussion at the moment. And I think it will also be discussed at the RIPE meeting happening next week. Next slide. The LACNIC, the most recent LACNIC meeting in October had quite a few policy proposals under discussion. I've listed them down here, and the status as per the mailing list of LACNIC has been that the no consensus has been reached on these proposals. Next slide. So for ARIN, at their public policy meeting in October, they had 6 policies under discussion, notably sometimes to refine definitions in the NRPM. Next slide. Okay, or to clarify conditions, for example, under which under sections of their proposals to bring some clarifications, or even to synchronize the policy manual in regard to their upcoming fee schedule, or also to inform staff, clarify the wording in the NRPM, to inform staff, for example, that neither physical nor virtual circuits are required for technical connections between the LIRs and customers. So all these proposals are currently have status draft policy in the ARIN policy landscape. Next slide, please. Right, and now I come to the last slide of this presentation. So there is the RIR comparative policy matrix, okay, that is published on a quarterly basis on the NRO website. In that document, what all the RIRs do is we put down a comparative overview of all the policies that we are implementing in our respective registry. On this, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
With now, we'll go to the next agenda, which is the Policy Implementation Experience Report. Again, this will be done by the AFRINIC Secretariat. Madhvi, I don't know who will handle this, but I want to hand over to them.
Yes, it will be Nilam Burat from the Member Services Department, who will be presenting the Policy Implementation Experience Report.
Okay, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Madhvi. Thank you, Kucha. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nilam Burat from AFRINIC. I'll be talking about the Policy Implementation Experiment Report. The objective of this presentation is to provide feedback to the members and the community. This session will entail the recently implemented policies and the experiences and the challenges that we, as hostmasters, we faced in our day-to-day while handling requests governed by the currently implemented policies. I'll begin with the recently implemented policy, which is the lame delegation. AFRINIC went live with a full implementation of the lame delegation policy this year. And the DNS lameness test, it runs on a daily basis. And when an end server record is found to be lame on consecutive days, notifications are sent to the registered contacts. There are 4 notifications in all that are sent. And those notifications are sent to the contacts that are listed in the domain object. On day 11, a remark is added in the domain object should the end server still be lame. After 30 days, the reverse delegation is completely removed from the AFRINIC WHOIS database. More information regarding this policy, it can be accessed on the link you can see on the on the screen. And just for information, AFRINIC provides a tool that is called the lame tool, which can be found on the AFRINIC website. This graph shows the lame delegation over the years. We can see a sharp drop around the month of May, where approximately 10,000 lame servers were deleted. This graph, in fact, it combines both the resource members and the legacy resource holders who have the lame delegations. Coming to resource members only, we have currently 47 members that have lame delegations, which makes it to 2% of the resource members in our database being affected. And altogether, it comes to around 1,000 of lame domain objects. Now we'll talk about the experiences that are faced by the hostmasters. Section 6.8 from the CPM. If an IPv6 block is not announced after 12 months from the date of the allocation, AFRINIC should reclaim the prefix of the free notifications since the IP block is considered as non-compliant. However, the reclamation exercise has not yet started, but there is an automated mechanism which is already in development phase. Next is the any cost assignment. Section 12 from the CPM entails that an organization is eligible for any cost assignment, and they may obtain /24 IPv4, /48 IPv6 from an allocation or from AFRINIC pool. They may also be issued an AS number. However, the current CPM text, it is not consistent with the final version 4 of the policy that was ratified. Instead, the text refers to version 2 of the proposal, where there are missing important references such as the BCP 126, 169, or their respective successors. Consequently, the implementation was not aligned with the final interpretation by the PDWG. The implementation instead it limits the assignment to only 1/24 IPv4, 1/48 IPv6, and 1 ASN for any cost purposes, while the PDWG interpretation of version 4 did not enforce a limit. Going forward, the actions that have to be taken by AFRINIC are as follows. The CPM has to be updated with appropriate text. A list of pre-CPM policies have to be updated to reflect version 4. The interpretation of the assigned any cost policy shall be published on AFRINIC website. And lastly, a mechanism has to be updated that would evaluate multiple requests for any cost purposes to check against abuse. That's all that I have for you. Thank you all for your attention. Over to you, Co-Chair.
To our next agenda item, which is the Q&A session. And I'll request that we restrict our Q&A on the items that we've discussed. That is the guidelines for participating in the PPM, the AFRINIC PDP, the issue of building consensus, the updates we've had from other IRIRs, and the policy implementation experience report. So we'll have one mic session, and we'll invite comments from participants.
I guess there is already someone on the queue, Vincent, but before that, can you just confirm whether my audio is better now than before?
It's better. It's much better.
All right, great. And apologies for that, folks. So I guess we have Jordi on the queue. Jordi, please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, we can start with Jordi and then Elvis.
Yes, I was just wondering where Jordi was already speaking or not. Jordi, are you with us?
Now you can hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you, Jordi.
Okay. My questions are regarding the policy implementation report. I have one point regarding section 6.8.2 from the CPM IPv6 assignments. I think it's clear that at this time it should be recall it if somebody has resources that they are not using. There is no longer any excuse to keep prefixes that you are not announcing. AFRINIC has been providing for years training and help, so you are able to announce resources. Why you are asking resources if you are not? That's a stockpiling, and that's against the RSA and the CPM. So we cannot make a difference with one part of the CPM not starting a reclamation versus others. So that's my response to the question from the peer. Now, regarding the any cast assignments, I don't really understand the problem. I will suggest the staff to explain much better, maybe in the mailing list, so we don't waste time now. What is the problem? If the problem is that the text that we have in the CPM is not consistent with the policy that was adopted, or what? Because I really tried to understand it. I looked at the slides very early today in the morning, and I cannot understand that. Thank you.
So can you have somebody from the Secretariat addressing that matter?
James. You have James who's queued up.
Please. All right. Yes, please. Hello. Hello.
Please have somebody from the
Go ahead.
addressing that matter.
Okay, I think James is having some issues. So
for some reason, I was put on mute. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we are, James.
Yeah, so I was speaking, but I was on mute. All right, so yes, I was just answering to Jody first and foremost on the NECAS part. Just to clarify that, yes, the CPM text is not the text that was in version 4 of the policy that went through ratification. So this is one thing that we've captured in due course, and this is why we are bringing up forward to say that we must rectify the CPM to have the right text, and also on the implementation, because the text that was implemented was based on the wrong version 2. There are some important texts that, references that are missing in that implementation. So that is also another thing that we are trying to clarify. I hope that is clear, but you can as well say it, we can still further address it on the mailing list with proper references so that everybody can have a clear understanding of what we are saying. On the second part, that was the first question of the IPv6, I completely agree that resources should be reclaimed, and because there is a huge volume, our plan was to have an automated process, because this is literally the procedure is already given in the policy itself. So we have expected it to go live with the upgrade of AFRINIC version 2. We didn't want to have parallel implementations whereby the other one could only have lasted for a few months. So the version 2 go live, unfortunately, has been slightly delayed, and then we still expect it to go live. The volume that we have was something that could have actually added a lot of pressure, and I think these were some of the things that were identified in the impact assessment as well. So we opted for the automated approach, which once it goes live, all the prefixes would be undertaken based on how the policy advises. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, James. Jody, has that addressed your concern, and are you willing for this to be discussed further on the mailing list, Jody?
Yes, I will be happy to continue the discussion in the mailing list. I will suggest the staff to fire it so we can follow up. I want to add something else, is that in the case of IPv6, there may be a valid justification for not to announce it, and this should be considered if that's the justification from the resource holder. Why? Because the difference with IPv6 and IPv4 is that there are no private addresses. And in some situations, there may be an allocation, difficult to believe, but at least an assignment which is made for an internal network. And that's perfectly valid reason. I believe that's already understood in that way in the policy, in the CPM. If not, we need to modify that. But I recall that when I suggested policy changes to the assignments, we made explicit mention on that. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Well noted. Yeah, James, please go ahead. And before you go ahead, James, I just wanted to know I just wanted to know, Vincent, that we had Elvis before in the queue, right after Jordi. Go ahead, James.
All right. So Jody, yes, the policy is clear on that, and we also provided a provision for members to check whether the usage will be internal or external, so that we are aware. If it is announced, we do understand. If they opted that it will be announced, we'll know. If they opted that it will not be announced, we'll also be aware, and that would be taken care of accordingly. So the policy really is clear on that.
Thank you, Jody. I think, and thank you, Darwin, for bringing that up. I think we'll have Elvis, and then after that, we'll have Professor Lee. So Elvis, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
You can hear you, Elvis.
Okay, basically, I just want to ask a very general question, because when you were presenting, you mentioned something about determining consensus, and I think I also put the question up on the chat. So how do you determine what is a valid and what is an invalid objection? Because some objections might seem valid to some people, but to others is invalid. So how do you determine that in order to be able to make, come to a consensus?
Yeah, thank you, Elvis, for that question. And we had actually seen the question on chat. I'll respond to that by giving you an example. But the whole principle behind determining whether something is objective or not is the technical backing that argument has. So, so if you have an objection, then it must be supported by a sound technical backing. And technical doesn't mean technology. It means technical in terms of the subject matter. Now, let me give you an example of what is not a valid objection. If you say, I don't support this policy proposal, and you leave it at that, then that's not valid, because you must explain why you don't support it. I think that's the best example I can give you. So I think with that, unless Elvis, you have a follow-up on that, we can give you an opportunity for a follow-up, Elvis, before we go to Professor Nee and Elaine. Elvis, the floor is yours. Elvis? Go ahead, Elvis.
I think what you said, I just want to make sure that there's a clear, specification and explanation on how consensus is being determined by valid and invalid objection and what those are meant to mean. You understand? So yeah.
Mean that you have understood, you've responded to your question adequately, or is it not clear to you?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Professor Nee, and then after that, Elaine.
Thank you very much. I wanted to comment on something else, but valid or invalid, there's plenty of learning material, because it's not new to AFRINIC at all. So I don't think we should worry too much. Anyway, I'm wondering if the working group wants to handle an overload of proposals, especially at a time of keen interest in stewardship of AFRINIC. Looking closely, one author has 4 proposals, and maybe the working group or the co-chairs might advise the author to not flood us, slow down, so we can concentrate on solving real hard problems that are in the steward of AFRINIC. I thought I might just say that. Thank you very much.
And I think you've also raised some of the issues we are facing as co-chairs, and Darwin can attest to that. One, we held a webinar about 2 or 3 months ago as a follow-up to the last public policy meeting, where we were given guidance to seek ways of engaging the PDWG. And one of the reasons we held that webinar was because we realized, one, there might be too many proposals that may not necessarily be the case, because we realized that some of the proposals are actually conflicting, which puts ourselves in a very, which might, not, it doesn't put already, but it might put ourselves in a very difficult situation. And the purpose of the webinar was to see whether authors can find it within themselves to come together and co-author proposals to avoid a situation where we have proposals that are conflicting. If you are to look at it, even when you look at the current agenda, you'll realize that we can actually have two proposals that cover everything that we're going to be covering in the next 2 days. One could be on the review of the policy development process. The other one would be on the issue of transfer of internet resources within and between RIRs. So I think, Pothni, you raise a key issue. The risk we also might end up facing is where we have a cyclic process where, and we're not trying to preempt anything, where we end up never having consensus on conflicting policy proposals, because you can imagine a situation where you have two competing policy proposals. They come from different schools of thought, but they end up being gathering consensus. Now, what happens, because you have to think beyond the policy development process, what happens when it comes to implementing those policies? It becomes very difficult. And so we really need to think about how we go about developing policy proposals and then finding ways of ensuring that we avoid conflict as much as is practical. Obviously, if authors can't agree, then the PDP allows anybody to submit their own policy proposal. But we also have to ensure that we have the end in mind to ensure that we don't find ourselves in such a predicament. Do you have Darwin? Do you want to comment on that before I give back the floor to Professor Lee? Darwin? Darwin? Okay. Let me give the floor back to Professor Lee before we, for a follow-up, before we allow Alain. Professor Lee?
Thank you very much. The first part I can appreciate. But the second part of my question was, I think authors should also, I would say, understand, the situation we are in, and not try to please us with volumes of proposals. In fact, at this stage, in my honest opinion, what you need is few good proposals and time to spend on those proposals so that we can assure the stewardship of AFRINIC, as opposed to volumes. Everything, I can make a proposal, and coming, like that, nobody can concentrate. I'll bet you all of us are tired. Thank you very much.
I think that's a comment for the plenary, for the PDWG. And I'll just remind us, Professor Nick, could you please give your affiliation, please, so that for the people recording.
Member.
Professor Nick, yeah. Come again.
Ghana.com, member.
Okay, thank you for that, Professor Lee from Ghana.com, which is a member of AFRINIC. Thank you for the comment. We'll now go to Alain. Alain, the floor is yours.
Yes, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Alain.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Yes, I just first of all build on what Professor Nee just said by reminding this community that this is a old problems, okay, which we trying to solve long ago, and we submitted in 2016, 2017. If my
Alain,
yes.
Alain, please start with your name and affiliation, please.
Oh, sorry. So this is Alain Patrick, Adeola Alain Patrick Aina, Digital Intelligence Services. So I was saying that this is the old problem we had with the PDP, and which we're trying to solve long ago by proposing what we call a PDP bis. But we were told, don't fix what is not broken. That the PDP was not broken, everything was fine, etc., etc., etc. So maybe it is time for us to reconsider fixing the PDP, and so that we can address some of these issues, because if we don't have a clear system in place to evaluate proposal, to accept proposal, we will end up on this thing, because the PDP we have now is old. It has been adopted in 2010, 2011, when the system was based on trust, and everybody consider the situation we are in, etc., etc. So then I want to switch to something else. Jody said when he was responding to James on the IPv6, said that we do not have a private IP with IPv6. I don't think if IETF has obsolete ULA, but we do have ULA. But I understand the point Jody was making. The point is that don't just reclaim the numbers, make sure that some of them may not be seen in some of the public IPv6 may not be seen in the public routing table. But I think we do have ULA, which is almost the same like private IP we have on V4. Thank you.
Jody will give you time to respond to the issue of private IPv6 ULA. But just to reiterate with what Alain has said regarding the PDP, and that the argument before that is not broken. I think what we need to do to avoid such a scenario, because as co-chairs we can't draft policy, we can't prepare policy proposals, is for the PDWG to find ways of perhaps incorporating the issue of BOPs or interest groups into the PDP, so that we avoid such scenarios. We really need to find a way of institutionalizing it, or a mechanism of ensuring that we don't have conflicting and unnecessary policy proposals being presented to the community. Jody, on the ULA issue, then we'll have Paul.
If we tell the people that ULA is the same as private addresses, we are doing it very, very, very wrong. ULAs are restricted to /48. A network may be bigger than that. That's the first point. The second point is that ULAs are meant for really, really, really not doing translation. There is not something like NAT in IPv6. There is network prefix translation, which is an experimental protocol, and that cannot consequently be used in production networks. So I cannot agree with that. It's a technical question, but there is a lot of differences between private addresses in IPv4 and ULAs in IPv6. It's not the same. There is no valid justification in most of the cases, maybe 99.99% for having a public block of IPv4 addresses inside of a network and not announcing it. But in the case of IPv6, it's very clear. Thank you.
I'll give Alain a chance to come back on that, but after that, I think I'll propose that we take it up on the RPD list, and if the Secretariat feels there's need for further engagement, they could organize a webinar or something on that technical subject. Alain?
Yes, okay, I think I agree. We should not turn these to these IPv6 sections, but I think for the sake of clarity for the audience, I think private IP does not necessarily mean you must do a translation. Thank you.
The floor is yours. Paul?
Hi, sorry, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I just want to follow up on a comment that was made by a speaker a little bit earlier about implying that maybe we need to reconsider the PDP in total, or that the PDP is broken.
Paul, please, your name and affiliation.
Oh, sorry, Paul Huell, Crystal Web Pty Limited. I was just wanting to comment on the assertion made a little bit earlier that maybe the PDP sort of needs to be thrown out and throwing this baby out with some bathwater. To be quite honest, I think the PDP is, the process at the moment might be in a little bit of difficulty and so on. But certainly the policy manual and so on is a lot better and in a lot better state than many other things. I don't think we should sort of adopt the attitude that the system is broken, let's throw everything out and allow people to come up with whatever they're wanting. If anything, I think we have a far stronger foundation with a consolidated policy manual than anything else that's at AFRINIC. And I just think that sort of is the position that we should take. I don't think we should let it be thought that there is an excuse to rewrite policies upended and not from a community top-up approach. Thank you.
Well, I think the whole argument is not that the process is entirely broken, but is that we're facing challenges. And my understanding is that policies should be there to serve the community, not the other way around. So the whole idea is to try and improve it. Not that it's entirely broken, but just to improve it based on the experience we've had, especially in the last 2 years. I think that's mainly where we're coming from. And you've incorporating certain aspects of perhaps having a SIG, a special interest group for policy development. I think it would work because it's evident. Look at the agenda for today. We have 3 policy proposals that seek to review Section 3 of the CPA. And we have 2 policy proposals that talk about inter-RRI resource transfers. I mean, we're bound to have challenges. I'm not saying we will, but we're bound to have challenges, and it's upon ourselves to ensure that we develop policies that really work for us as a community. Darwin, you have a comment? Darwin?
Yes, Vincent, I just want to add on that we are actually improving, day by day, month by month, as we move on with your constructive feedback from the community. And we always take this into consideration, together with my colleague co-chair and also with the PLT. So this is a process. And like Vincent mentioned, I don't think the broken is the right wording to be used here, but we are clearly making some positive steps. And I also would like to thank the earlier comment from Professor Ni, which is, whereby we need to keep our focus on clearly on proposals which will then, at the end, solve problems within the African internet continent. So that was actually something I wanted to add on that, Vincent.
Thank you very much, Darwin. We still have about 7 minutes to the end of this session. But if we don't have any further inputs, because I can't see anybody on the line on the waiting line, we can close now the session. We take a longer break, about 16 minutes. Let's be here. Let's see. Let's be here 20 past the hour so that we can start we can go to the next section. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the session. We have about 10 minutes break before we go into the other session. So we have about a few announcements to make. For members consultation booth is now open. Feel free to meet our team or for any questions or to know about AFRINIC or the ecosystem by clicking on the side room icon. That is the fifth icon on the upper header, starting from the left to right. And also a direct link is posted on the chat. And also our survey is also open, and the link is already shared on the chat. It is through such surveys that we get to know your experience in our meetings to improve the quality of our meetings. So to appreciate you, we have a small surprise. When you fill the survey, you stand a chance to win a little surprise. The winner will be announced on Thursday, 18th November 2021 during the closing cocktail. The link is provided in the chat. And register for the IPv6 certifications at 36.io. 36 is spelled C, Charlie, Echo, Radio, Tango, Indigo, 6 dot Indigo Oscar. That's 36.io with a 50% discount coupon. The coupon code is Alpha Father 3450. Alpha Father 3450. That is AF3450. You can also register on our e-learning platform to expand your knowledge in IPv6, starting from IPv6 foundations to mastering transition techniques. Visit our learning website, academy.afrinic.net. There you have several courses that you can take. It's free of charge, and it's learn on the go. It's compatible with all your devices. Also, we have to give a big thank you to our AFRINIC-34 online sponsor, connectivity sponsor, that Intel Mauritius, our technical sponsor, that's Dot Africa, Meta, and Team CYMRU, Kim Ru. And in the AFRINIC ISP category, DNS Africa. Thank you very much for your sponsor of this program. We are running a quick poll. Let us know which language channel you're following in this meeting. The poll will appear on your screen. Please spare a few seconds to attend to this poll. Thank you very much. We'll see you back in the next few minutes.
Hello, everybody. I just trying to do a mic check. Can you guys hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, perfect. If need be, then I will speak louder. Vincent, are you with us?
Here, Darwin.
All right. So I guess we can kick off, and hopefully you guys had a good break. Vincent, do you want to say some words before I jump into the next topic?
Not really. I think you can go ahead. Just to inform the PDWG that the next session until the end of the day will be handled by my co-chair, Darwin. But I'll be here to support. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Vincent. And right now we will jump to the, if not the most important points or topics of today's session, whereby we're gonna tackle the AFRINIC-34 PPM policy proposals, right? Before doing that, I will actually request to go to the next slide. Yes. And whereby we will be, during the 2 days, we will be tackling 6 proposals at the end. And today, on day 1, we're going to tackle 3 proposals together with you, right? So it's just a note on that. I really like to comment on, again, what Professor Nee said in the beginning, that we need to keep our focus, right? And try to work together, you know, to really solve problems and not to enlarge the list with policy proposals on note. But also it's important to mention that me and my colleague co-chair, you know, and the PLT team, that we, you know, on a voluntary basis are trying to, you know, to fine tuning and to work on the summary and to work on the slides and to work on everything on a proper way to have today's session as it should be, right? We saw yesterday in the tweet, and we were talking to each other, that there were some comments on the time which the, you know, the guidelines and procedure policy was submitted, and it ended up we ended up by knowing that you know, the proposal was submitted on time. It was a, you know, a time difference on that, but you know, I guess we did what we needed to do on that regard. So we will start today, and now we will start with the policy proposal of guidelines and procedures, and then we will take over the IPv4 inter-area resource transfer policy, and then after we will go to the publication of information. So you can just move on to the next slide, please. And now I will just guide you guys through to the flow of discussion. So we will have like 8 minutes presentation of the policy proposed by the authors. And then we will have 2 minutes the presentation of the staff on the impact assessment by Secretariat. And then we will have 5 minutes presentation on contentious areas by the co-chairs. We will have 20 minutes for the open mic, whereby the Q&A will be also part of it. And then we will allow the authors to come back with 10 minutes response to the questions which has been raised on the Q&A. And last but not least, we as co-chairs, we announce the final decision on each and every specific proposal. Next slide, please. All right, so now we're gonna be handling actually the mic to the authors from the guidelines and procedure policy. If you can go to the next slide, then I kindly will request Alain or either Noah to speak up. The mic is yours, and please go ahead. I see Alain is on the queue, so I guess you are the one speaking.
Yes, but I've not been made speaker. I'm still participant. I don't know. So.
Okay, let me check. Pio, I think is it Alain needs to be promoted to a speaker, or is it okay like that?
Darwin, I'm also here.
All right, Noah. Hey. All right, I guess you guys can just start, and if you want, just turn your camera and your mics and just state your name, affiliations, and please go ahead.
Right. I guess I'll start. My name's Noah Maina. I'm a member of the internet community, and I am affiliated with CCOM. And I am also a co-author of this proposal with my colleague, Alain. Alain, you want to say something? Or should I go ahead?
Yes, definitely. Just before you take us quickly through the slide, I just want to set a bit of background that with this effort started years ago when we trying to improve the PDP. So we end up with a document with an amendment to the PDP and a separate document which was attached, which clearly defined the working group guideline and procedure, because the PDP make use of a working group, but did not define the clear rules, and this has created the issue we've seen over time, and that when the idea of fixing the PDP did not succeed, we decided to take on the job for only addressing the working group rules and procedures, and this is what led to this policy proposal, which has been under discussion for some time. So basically, here we are only addressing and making the rules and guidelines for the working group, which is attached to the PDP. We are not per se touching the PDP. Thank you. So Noah, over to you.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot. So are you able to hear me? I suppose you are able to hear me.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, sure. All right. So just to quickly go through the proposal, basically in the interest of time. So the summary of this proposal basically is that, like Alain has stated, we are trying to basically define clear and explicit working group guidelines for the working group, and we are focusing mostly on the working group, not the entire PDP or the CPM. And obviously we are only focusing on section 3.3 and section 3.4. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, so section 3.3, basically what we've expounded on was to clearly focus the proposal in terms of, to ensure that it serves as a proper guideline for the working group, and so that the working group can have its medulla operandi, and obviously assign some roles and responsibilities to the co-chairs, clear roles and responsibilities, and also define procedures for the working group administration. And then we also focused on basically the appointment of the working group co-chairs, whereby the premise we are trying to push and convince the working group on is that since we focus so much, most of the work around consensus, then the appointment obviously of our managers or the co-chairs would be by consensus. But also, of course, we have other options which we are laying down to the working group, which is a secret ballot. We've made some changes there based on feedback from the community. And then obviously the fallback, which is the interim appointment. And then we also touch on the recall or the resignation of the co-chairs and the code of conduct. Next slide. Yeah, so like my colleague stated, basically the proposal has gone through 3 versions already. Now we are on version 4 for this PPM, and that is what we are going to basically present further. Go to the next slide. So some updates from version 3 to version 4 are based on feedback from the working group. Basically, we've tried to clarify on paragraph 3.3, if you read the text in the proposal, we made some clarification to that part of the proposal. We made some, of course, obsolete. The proposal obsolete 3.5.3. That is around the recall of the co-chairs, and then there is the issue of course, the CEO now becoming the point of focus in terms of helping the working group to select its co-chair by consensus instead of the board chair. We also made some changes on the code of conduct. In terms of appeal, we are focusing on the CEO now instead of the board chair. And then, of course, update on the condition of co-chair recall. We made some update there. And then we added some provisions in terms of the recall committee. We'll show that. And some clarification also were made. Next slide. So, like I stated earlier, I think the most contentious issue has always been, can this working group actually self-organize and select its co-chairs by consensus, right? Of course, we made an attempt to do that. Most of you are aware of this, and we achieved to have the current co-chairs we have. Of course, there are challenges here and there, but we are improving. But the premise for this proposal, especially when it comes to the appointment of co-chairs, is that we focus on consensus. Can we actually have a consensus as a group and select a co-chair and basically forge ahead and focus on proposals rather than using the previous methods of selection of co-chairs? So that is the premise. Please, next slide. And here we are saying that, of course, we appoint by the working group should be able to appoint its co-chairs by consensus. But if that does not happen, then we basically try the other way, which is, voting. And we have introduced the college, the voting college, which would basically comprise of the past co-chairs, the board director, past board directors, and past CEOs. So in case the working group is not able to select its working group co-chairs through consensus, then that is the fallback strategy. And what we are pleading to the working group, and we are arguing to the working group, is basically that we should not be at a position where we fail to do this if indeed we are really self-organized. But in the event that we are not able to do that, we can allow voting by secret ballot. And in this case, what we do now is that we allow some of the past leaders in the community, the former co-chairs, the former directors, and the former CEOs to do the voting. The slide went off. Did I run out of time?
For 1 minute now. For you, Noah. Yeah, the slides are up again. Go ahead.
Okay. I think let him go to the slide where I was talking about the appointment. Yeah, next slide, basically. Next slide. I think we can skip that. Let's go to the next slide. And I touch on the recall. So for the recall, what we are proposing to the working group is basically that instead of the current 5 PWG members supporting the recall of a co-chair, we want to see a possibility whereby we have 10 PWG members from different organizations, okay? This would then give more credibility perhaps, or even give more scope to the recall process. But at the same time, the recall committee itself, our thinking is that we can have 1 member from the Council of Elders, 1 member from the governance committee, and 1 member from the community, basically forming part of the recall committee, basically to take on the task of basically evaluating if indeed the co-chair who is under recall or who is intended to be recalled can be therefore recalled. But the most important thing here is that we made an update to the current CPM, whereby we're saying we need 10 members from different organizations to basically support a recall with justification, clear justification. Next slide. Yeah, this is another issue which of course is very important for the working group, basically the code of conduct. And for this particular one, to summarize in short, what we are saying is that in case of an event that we have a participant who is not behaving accordingly, obviously the co-chairs should be able to warn this person once or twice, and also give a justification as to why they think the person has breached the code of conduct. And obviously, the other issue is that this person who has, if indeed their posting has been suspended because of violation after 1 or 2 warnings by the co-chairs publicly, then they can appeal to the CEO, and the CEO will basically look at the arguments the co-chair depended on and what the contentious the issue is, and then determine if the recall stands or not. I mean, rather, if the suspension stands or not. So this is another issue which we basically updated based on feedback from the community, and basically that is it. Let's go to the next slide. I guess it should be, no, next slide. Yeah, so
no, yes,
just
please be quick because we are running out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. So there were some reactions from the legal counsel, which we basically had a discussion around the issue of consensus, voting college, and of course the board involvement in the appointment of interim co-chairs, which we clarified obviously to the legal counsel. But obviously the working group can read the staff analysis around this. But the recent version which we submitted to the working group has sort of addressed some of those issues. But obviously we are here to listen to you and perhaps see what feedback we can give back. Thank you so much for affording me the time, and let's discuss. Thank you, Darwin.
Thanks, and questions will be following up later. Later after. I was just seeing a comment from Georgie on the flow of discussions, which is very valid. But right now I will actually ask my colleagues from the PLT team to do a wording on the impact assessment. So Noah, you might turn your camera and mic off. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bryce, please go ahead.
Thank you, Darwin. Before I start the impact assessment, this is Brice Abba from Policy Liaison Team. I would like to say 1 or 2 words on the impact assessment so that the community will know where we are getting this from. The impact assessment are prepared by team internally, and we strive to be objective and factual. There is also an element of proactivity that may result in the request to authors to clarify on certain aspects of the proposal. And you will also notice that we have some projecting change in the impact assessment, so it's more comprehensive, and we also include legal and financial impact in all the impact assessment that we'll be doing. Next slide, please. So I encourage the participant to connect on click on the link to read the full impact assessment. Okay. This policy proposal bring in some change in the functioning of the policy development working group as follow. The PDWG co-chairs responsibilities, appointment of PWG co-chairs, clarifies what needs to happen if one or both co-chairs are recalled, clarify how to proceed should a co-chair resign, mention that if the working group, it's very small, I can't read. Mention that if the working group finds itself without a co-chair, AFRINIC CEO will lead the consensus process. Decide. Describe the operations of the PWG working group, such as the moderation of public discussions and sessions, individual behavior in public policy meeting, appeals. Someone those posting Can't read. Someone who's posting privilege have been suspending can appeal against this decision. The board appoints interim coaches within the prescribed timeline, clarifies on those eligible to be a voting registry, should be last resort online circuit ballot be used to select the pedagogic chairs. In the case a recall of a pedagogic chair, the proposal mentioned the recall needed to be supported by at least 10 persons. The proposal also mentioned the criteria that the AFRINIC board shall use to appoint the member of the recall committee. The active participation of candidates for the PDW chairs position will be determined by the working group when assessing the candidate. Next slide. Impact on the system. So there is no impact on the registry function. Restriction of participation to also be implemented on the meeting platform. Online voting platform. An online voting platform will be required to host the online secret ballots. The voting register is defined in the proposal and content. Very small. Sorry, I can't read. The voting register is defined in the proposal and consists of the past PDB co-chairs, the past board of directors, chairs, and past CEOs who completed at least one term and have not been recalled. The list of names available and accessible on the public voting platform will be subject to identity verification. Mailing list. PDW chairs will be subscribed to members' mailing lists as observer. Financial impact. Election or voting platform is outsourced and therefore budget need to be planned accordingly. Next slide.
Bryce, kindly be notified on the time, please.
Okay, so we're now touching the legal impact assessment, and because of the time, I will just leave it because we are going to talk about the legal assessment. The coaches are going to talk about the legal impact during the presentation, and I also encourage the community members to connect on the current proposal webpage on AFRINIC website to also read the legal impact assessment, as the 2 minutes is very short. I will finish with the implementation. So the implementation can happen with the timelines prescribed in the consolidated policy manual. So this is it for the impact assessment. And again, I encourage the members to go through the AFRINIC website and read the legal impact assessment. That is, I don't have time to read. Thank you. Over to you, Darwin.
Yeah, maybe we can also improve on the minutes for the impact assessment, since you needed to read a lot, especially on this one. So thanks for that, and I will ask for the slides to be shared again with me, please. All right, then we have to go to, let me see, no, further. Yes, please. More, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, 2 more, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 1 more. Yes, exactly. So yes, I have 5 minutes to go into everything we, as co-chairs and also the PLT team, could collect from the discussions and the back and forths on the mailing list. And there are for the guidelines and procedures policy proposal, a few unaddressed points, which I will be reading through now. All right. So we actually have a clause in section 3.3.3, as stated below, states that a candidate for the co-chair position must have attended at least one meeting in person over 3 years to qualify for this position. In the area of COVID, it is possible that in-person meeting might not come back or might take a few more years. If this policy gets ratified as it is, it disqualifies everybody from contesting from this position. So this point was raised on the mailing list, and this point is not addressed yet by the authors, so it's still pending. We also had another comment which was in line with point 3.3.3. There is a voting process that doesn't involve the entire YG stipulated. Think if it's awkward, at least that a voting process is proposed, but the entire community is not allowed to exercise their franchise as a community members. This point was also addressed in the mailing list. It's not yet addressed by the authors, so on our view, it is another point which is still pending, right? Okay, so next slide, please. Thank you very much, and I will move on with the unaddressed points, which is also in end with point 3.3.3. Since the co-chair selection process is to take place in a meeting, in the event that one nomination is received, with the CEO leading the consensus process to determine the next co-chair, and there is lack of consensus, there is no stated guideline as to who chairs the current ongoing PPM. This point is also not addressed yet by the authors. There was another comment, which is community members invest time and money to attend meetings virtually or physically. I do not think it is best to have a clause that can possibly adjourn a meeting that travels permission. So a second, the travels permission from work preparation for events must have taken place by community members. This point was also not addressed yet by the authors. Next slide, please. All right, so this was then a sec. Was this just checking with Bryce? Bryce, you handled this already, right? Or Vincent, can you confirm?
So maybe you can read directly from the version you have because it's very small. I can see it's very small.
Yes,
so you can
yes.
read from the version you have on your, please.
Yes, just give me 1 minute and I will. Yes. So yeah, I have it bigger in here. So the following have been taken from the impact assessment that have been published on the website. There is a URL link to that. And for more clarity, we encourage the PD, WG, and the authors to review and publish document on the website. The first paragraph of the proposed policy reads as follows. The Policy Development Working Group, PDWG, provides on a public forum discussion discuss internet numbers registries policies and related topics of interest to AFRINIC and the internet community in the AFRINIC service region. The PDP is an emanation of section 11.3 of the AFRINIC bylaws, which provides that for the purpose of subsection 11.2, a public policy meeting means a meeting open to the community wherein proposals for policies for proper and responsible uses and management of internet number resources are discussed and agreed within the framework of the PDP defined by the regional internet community and ratified by the board. As such, the policy as styled is vague and anonymous, and as the mandate of the PWG is limited to propositions and discussions of policies pertinent to IP number resource management. Any other discussions or bite related to AFRINIC is this inadmissible. So you can just go ahead with the next slide, please. It is relevant. So the next paragraph actually goes for the proposal of subsection 11.2, a public policy meeting that has been read already. So, however, it is also acknowledgeable that not less the provisions of section 11.3 of the bylaws, for example, for AFRINIC to have a regional internet community, it is an acceptable practice at AFRINIC to allow persons not necessarily residing within the AFRINIC service region to subscribe and participate in this PDWG. Hence, refraining persons not residing in the AFRINIC service region from being appointed as PDWG's co-chairs would be unfair in these circumstances. If the intention of the authors is that the PDWG should be owned and controlled by persons residing within the AFRINIC service region, then mischief should be addressed at source, thus giving full effect to the provision of section 11.3 of the bylaws, so that only person residing within the service region be entitled to subscribe and participate in the PDWG, and all others might appear as observers only. Please go ahead to the next slide. And I will try to go a bit more slow because I see the interpreters need to catch up as well, but we had 5 minutes. Let me just jump into the other, which is point C. Under the paragraph 3.3.3 of the proposed policy, 10th paragraph, reference is made to: if no consensus can be reached and more than one candidate is being evaluated, then an online secret ballot to appoint the new co-chair will be held within 2 weeks after the PPM. The secret ballot shall be open to past the PDWG co-chairs, past board of directors chairs, and past CEOs who completed at least one term and have not been recalled. There is no legal rationale that for the proposal finding consensus. It is in the working group that decides, but in case of an election, the decision makers are persons excluding the same working group. There is no logic in having two separate pools of decision makers on the same issue of selecting the PDWG's co-chairs. The authors are recommended to review this aspect of their proposition. Next slide, please. So we will jump to point D, which states under the 3.3.10 of the proposed policy, reference is made for an appeal to be heard by the Chief Executive Officer. It is added that Section 3.5 of the CPM already provides for an appeal against the decision or action committed by the co-chairs. Hence, the current proposal has the effect of making the CEO sit as an alternate appeal venue to the existing appeal committee. It is simply a duplicity to the existing structure. Besides, even if there was any legal soundness to that proposal, at least for the sake of argument, but as previously raised, in case of the board chair, it should not be forgotten that the CEO is a member of the board, so that is imposing any additional responsibility to that function can only be done in consultation with the board of directors. And by saying that, I will request you to move to the next slide, and I will open the floor for the Q&A. And right after, followed by the response from the authors. So Vincent, if you agree, I didn't check the chat, but I can see people lining in on the queue. shall we start with the mic and then we can start with the chat questions?
To the mic, because we also don't have a lot of time.
All right, perfect. So I will, Elvis, please raise your name, affiliation, and raise your question directly.
Hello?
Hello, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Elvis. I'm from Nigeria, and I'm a researcher from my school in Nigeria. Okay, I just wanted to state something concerning this policy. I think that this policy, this policy proposes a restriction participation to AFRINIC service region members only, which I do not agree with.
All right.
What happens to people that will be affected by certain policy proposals but cannot participate due to restriction to members only, while you have in the section 11.3 of the bylaws that says only members can participate, proposals can affect anyone, even outside the region.
Elvis, can you please be concise? I'm not quite sure whether you were reading, but just be concise because we are running out of time. But go ahead. And authors, please take note on the questions because you're going to be asked to answer those questions afterwards.
So my question is basically, like, I'm just trying to point out that this policy is more of like restricting participation to members, in the AFRINIC service region. So what happens to, in terms of the universality that was being pointed out in the section 11.3?
Okay, thank you for that. Authors, please again take note on the questions which have been raised. We have 4 more people on the mic. I will allow them to raise their questions. Please go straight to the point, and I will hand over the mic to Chekan. Please say your name and affiliation and your question.
Hi there. My name is Shiken Chetty. I'm from a university in South Africa. Okay, so very briefly, quite similar to Elvis, I strongly oppose this policy because just like any similar policy, other proposed policies, this will give more authority to the executives to exert influence in the PDP. Again, if the CEO will have to intervene in this process, he may be able to work on policies that can be of use for him without thoroughly study and discussion, which disregards the whole bottom-up approach of AFRINIC. I feel that the community should have enough representation and participation in the PDP because at the end of the day, these policies should benefit the community and not the executives. That's all right. Me. Thanks.
Thanks, Chekan. Thanks for that. Authors, again, please take note, and I will hand over the microphone to Lamia. Please state your name and your affiliation and your question straight to the point.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. So hi, good day. I'm Lamia from Morocco, from the National School of Architecture. I mean, I do oppose this policy because I am disappointed that it didn't take into consideration the feedback that it has gotten before from the community, especially that it limits a lot of participation from the community, and it just goes against the bottom-up process of AFRINIC and the essence of it, and gives like more authority to the CEO, and I'm especially against the consensus-based of how to pick the co-chairs. I think that elections still should take place because the mailing list is kind of limited. It does not give access to everyone to join and be able to speak up and pick the co-chairs that they want. So this is just a way to limit the community's participation and what they can choose and what they can say regarding the PDP.
Okay, Lamia, thank you very much. You mentioned something very interesting, which is the mailing list limits. I would like to understand a bit more on that, but we will take take after all the questions are raised, right? I don't think there is any limitation on that, but your point is taken, and the authors will respond in
I
appropriate
can develop
time.
on the chat. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks. So that being said, thanks Lamia again, and I will hand over the microphone to Jordi. Please state your name, affiliation, and your question.
Jordi Palet, the IPv6 company. I have several points very quickly, not to discuss them now. 3.3, the PDP is not just guidelines, this is strict rules. It cannot be subjected to interpretations, and then we can come into troubles. It's like the CPM, it's rules. 3.3.1, it's very wrong to assign only one co-chair to each policy. Both of them shall be co-leading in case one of the co-chairs fails for whatever reason in the middle of the process. 3.3.3, there is no determination of who can participate in consensus to elect chairs or voting. If that's the case, the way it's proposed is totally ridiculous. It's not allowing the community to participate. 3.3.6, rejecting inputs is discriminatory. All that section should be removed. If someone is too busy to participate in part of the discussion, there is no rationale to afterwards tell him that this was already discussed before. 3.3.8 is bad to have mentioned to specific section of the bylaws in the PDP or in the CPM. They can change, and in fact, they should change. So that will be encroaching the community and the PDP. 3.3.9, lack of consensus definition. Many folks don't read RFCs. There is not a clear view of if the consensus is determined also in the mailing list discussion. Last of last call definition, last of clear timings for all the process. Thank you. I am going to copy this on also into the chat. I guess that will come into the discussion and the mailing list somehow, or the minutes. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jordan. It will definitely help not only us but also the authors if you copy and paste everything on the chat. Thanks a lot for that. I will.
Darwin, if I could just ask a question to Jordi. Jordi, are you there? Hello, Jordi.
Jordi, are you with us still?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to find out, have you already shared these detailed comments on the RPD?
No, because the proposal was sent on the limit, so I only had the time to read it yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that, Jordi and Vincent as well. And would be very helpful, Jordi, if you can just share that either on the list or either on the chat. If you do it on the chat, fine. If you can just drop it on the list, would also be awesome and appreciated from our side. With that, I will then hand over the microphone to Professor Ni. Please state your name, affiliation, and question.
My name is Nina Kukweno, Ghana.com. My question is about how we may be reading the bylaws in bits and creating a situation where it appears we don't share the same vision or the PDP is being bombed. Section 17 of the same bylaw says that any person or corporate body living or operating in the Africa region, that's how it defines community. That's how it defines community. So if you are not living or operating in the region, by these bylaws, really, you are not in focus. I mean, we should just be honest. Okay, this is an R. This is an R. Okay. Now, the openness we are discussing has more to do with not everybody can come and participate in the PDP, which itself is defined in the bylaws. Okay, so the bylaws is superior to the PDP, and we should be kind of. I'm wondering whether we are missing that. And my concern here is that kind of open community list email address is only meant to be used for consensus. So if you fail to achieve consensus, an oracle perhaps should answer for you because you are failure. Okay, we are supposed to work by consensus. If you are refusing to work by consensus, then an oracle should choose it for you. Otherwise, you end up with civil attacks, you know, and you're going to end up having to do KYC on everybody before they do anything. We don't want that. I think what we want is the openness where people can come and participate in our specific policy development process, which is only about number, resources distribution, okay? Not about the governance of the organizations, which is a separate business, which we need to understand. Comment. Thank you.
Thanks for the comments, Professor Ni, and those will definitely have to be taken into consideration. Thanks a lot for raising those. I don't see anyone else on the mic. Else, I will ask for support from my co-chair Vincent, or either from the PLT, to check if there are questions on the Q&A.
I think, Darwin, I've checked. Most of the issues have been raised by other people. So I think the issues on the Q&A have been addressed.
All right, that is good to know, because I just saw Paul on the queue for the microphone. I will hand over the mic to Paul. Please state your name, affiliation, and question straight to the point.
Paul Huell, Crystal Web. My question is whether the objections and communication that's been received on the mailing list in the last days, is being viewed as objections as it currently stands, and in light of the plethora of objections that's been shown in this session, whether we aren't wasting our time with a policy that just will not be able to find consensus, and that this discussion is becoming a little bit futile, to be quite honest. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Paul, for that, and I have to agree with your statement, which goes in and with what Professor Ni said earlier. We need to keep the focus, and we need to solve problems within the community, and to reach or not reach consensus at the end of the day. Vincent, I don't see anyone else on the queue. Q&A, are we good on that as well still?
But I think we need to give the authors a chance to.
Yes, we will. If there is no question,
and then we can make a decision after that. Yeah.
So if there is no more questions, which I do not see, and if someone goes into the queue, or if there is a question on the Q&A, then we will let the authors answer to that. And now I actually would like to give the words or the microphone to Noah and Alain. There is a couple of questions which have been raised. I hope you could follow each and every and take note on that. So please be our guest, and you have 10 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Alain.
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Okay, I will just start, and then Noah comes in. So my first comment will be maybe from what Paul just said. We are not here necessarily to get consensus or to approve things. This is a policy. This meeting is to discuss policy. And part of this thing is not to just oppose, but to also say, okay, to also propose amendment or how things can be. Because we think too much focus on I support or I oppose. But this is supposed to be okay. These sections could be changed like this, etc., etc. Because this is not the authors trying to sell something here. Is this community to work together? So this is my first thing. Then most of the comment, as you read and you see the things, if you are not used to this PDP, this community, you get scared. But we will not respond to everything, because it's not our role to respond. It's not coach authors against a community, but it depends on it is all about the way we read things. For example, one of the comments from Georgie I would take, he said is not correct to assign only one co-chair. But if you read the text said for each policy proposal, one co-chair must be assigned as the primary contact. Both co-chair, however, shall actively participate in a consensus building. This is what the text said. The text is not excluding the second one. It said one should be the primary contact, but both. So this is an example of, it's just a matter of how we read things. And we should read things positively in trying to build, but not trying to kill or to destroy. There is also another comment on adjourning the meeting. But if you read again the text, we said if we end up to we have a PPM like this, and both co-chair could not attend, the working group shall appoint a temporary chair to lead the sections. If the working group cannot appoint a temporary chair, the board of directors shall appoint a temporary chair. If the board fail, then the meeting has to be adjourned. You can't have a PPM without chair. You can't have PPM without chair. This is the process, the way it is. So we are not saying adjourn meeting, but we said, this is what we said, and it can happen. And it happened before. I remember, for those who are here, it happened when we went to Point Noir. I think we end up not having one co-chair or the co-chairs, and we appointed. But what if we fail to appoint? What do? You can't have a meeting without co-chair, because the PDP is clear. It's the co-chair to determine consensus. The other thing I also want to comment on it, most of the comments from the legal, I felt that some of them are personal opinion, because they are not saying you violate this, you violate that, you violate this, except the people residing in the region, in service regions. Okay, what we are saying is that anyone is allowed to participate. Nobody is excluded to participate, to subscribe, to come to the meeting, to propose policy. But to be co-chair, we are saying, and this has been our practices, because this is a regional internet registry, you must be residing in a region, which is the closest we have to match the definition of internet community in Africa, which is people from Africa or people operating in Africa. So, and then legal said it's unfair. Legal has not said it violate A or it violate B. He said it is unfair. So, then the last thing I want to also comment on it, because as I said, we will not go back and forward. This community has the final decision on this. The last thing I want to say is that, again, legal is trying to deny the working group to discuss. We said that this working group opened a forum for to discuss internet resource policy and related topics of interest. From discussion to going to policy, there are two separate things. As a working group, sometimes we go to the policy route. We are also allowed to discuss anything related to policy, or anything related to the IP management. But we are not saying that this working group will put the policy for governance. The policy with this working group to be able to follow the PDP, and the PDP is clear. Remember, we said we are not changing the PDP, and the PDP is clear. So I think this is just to give a rough idea of the things we are discussing here. So I'll just stop there. And I said again, we are not here to win argument. We are not here to sell anything. So I don't know, Noah, if you have any comment or anything to add. Otherwise, we will turn back to the co-chair.
I have.
Yes, we have 4 more minutes. Alan, thank you very much. Noah, just 4 more minutes, just for you to remind.
Thank you so much, Alain. And yes, I think you've rightfully shared the same sentiments I have. But I want to thank, most importantly, all the participants for the countless, comments and obviously reservations that have been shared. Until today, actually, we had received only a comment in terms of the recent version from what was his name? We had received a comment from one of the participants, I think 2 days ago, and I attempted to basically respond to them last night, but we've seen that there are so many other issues that the working group have with the proposal, which I believe some could be related to misinterpretation. And I think what we can do as authors is to engage you, the working group, to see how we can resolve some of them. Yeah, it was Tawio. Yeah, I've remembered. So some of the concerns we received were actually from Tawio yesterday. I attempted to respond to some of those. So we've received comments from Lamia, Makelkins, Ramaboa, Alubami, Paul, Haitam, Abdul Karim, Elvis, and Jody. I've taken note of all of them. I'm going to basically summarize them with my co-author, and then we see what, how best we can basically improve. If there's anything to do with misinterpretation, we'll try our best to see if we can fix those. And like Alain said, we are not here basically to seek consensus or anything, but to see how we can forge forward and basically fix that part of the PDP process, which we as authors believe that there's some fixing that needs to be done. And that is the intention of this proposal, to be honest. But just to thank everybody for the comments, and believe me, we will respond. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Alain and Noah, again. And it's good actually that you mentioned that you were not here actually to only to seek consensus or not, but more to receive feedback from the community, which is what we are actually seeing very active today, and also we saw the last couple of days on the list. Vincent, is there any comment you would like to do before we go offline for 5 minutes to do further deliberations on our decisions?
No, I have no further comment.
Okay, then I will kindly request everybody just to bear with us for 5 minutes, and we will get back to you as soon as possible with further deliberations on that. See you in a few minutes.
While we are in the short break, the 5-minute short break, just want to run through the announcements again, that you can feel free to visit the member consultation booth, which is now open, to meet our team for any question, to know more about AFRINIC or the ecosystem, by clicking on the side room icon, fifth icon on the upper header, starting from the left to right. Also, a direct link is being posted on the chat. Our survey is also open, and the link has already been shared on the chat. It's through such surveys that we get to know your experience in our meetings, to improve the quality of our meetings. So to appreciate you, we shall have a small surprise. When you fill the survey, you stand a chance to win a little surprise. And also, you can register on our IPv6 certification at 36.io. 36, that is Charlie, Echo, Radio, Tango, Indigo, 6.indigo Oscar, 36.io with a 50% discount coupon.
Vincent, do you mind just to turn your camera off or on? Sorry, just for us to announce the further deliberations on this policy proposal. All right, very good. So thanks everybody. You know, for the time. We did further deliberations off list for a couple of minutes. and we have considered the discussions in the RPD and the current policy, public policy meeting. The co-chairs, we as co-chairs have determined that the consensus has not been reached because a number of valid concerns, objections, and feedbacks, as the co-authors also mentioned, have not been addressed yet, and they were here seeking for feedback from the community. Having that in mind, the policy proposal will therefore go back to the mailing list for further discussions and community inputs, and at the end of the day, further refinement. So thanks a lot for that. That being said, Vincent, yes, we do have the following policy proposal, which is the inter-area resource transfer policy proposal. Comprehensive scope. I see Jordi already in line. Thanks for that, for being proactive. Can you just go ahead to the next slide, please? It's coming. So yes. So this policy proposal will be then presented by Jordi Pallet. Jordi, you do have 8 minutes. So I will hand over the mic and I will ask my colleagues to share your slides. I think the slides are already uploaded, right? Can you confirm?
Yes, I have uploaded the slides. I will manage them myself, but they need to unshare the existing slides so I can go on. I think
thanks, Jordi.
That
Darwin,
Vincent, you want to say something?
Yeah, there was a suggestion by actually Jordi that we start with the staff impact assessment, which I think
No. What I meant, Vincent, is that usually what we do is presentation from the authors, then impact assessment, and then quick response from the authors to the impact assessment. But I already included that slide in my slide, but it will be good to be able to do clarifications to the impact assessment.
Okay, that's fine.
That's what we did the last time, I believe, also as well. So I move on?
Yes, please go ahead. You got 8 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Summary of the problem. I am not going to read everything. The slides are just to remember the people that the proposal has been there for some time, and there have been already 7 versions of this proposal. The problem is well known. AFRINIC is lagging behind the rest of the registries in terms of allowing transfers in between other regions. That really creates a problem. New businesses that may need more addresses cannot really get that because there is a limitation of how much can get them. This is also important in terms of IPv6 deployment because sometimes you may need small blocks of IPv4 to do the transition because the way to do IPv6 deployment today, the only possible way, it's basically IPv6 only with IPv4 as a service. There is also the problem for legacy holders. And that will mean, and actually I know it's happening because I hear in other regions that they are getting resources from AFRINIC, that some of these transfers are happening under the table. So not resolving it is not good at all. And then the last point, which is one of the major changes in the last version, is that even if a member qualifies for a transfer of resources, if the transfer fails due to the recipient not meeting the stipulated conditions, the member could be penalized for stockpiling because the resources are not longer, the need for resources is not longer justified by the member, right? That's the reason he wanted to transfer them. So I added a new section in the policy proposal. I think it was already in version 6 to make sure that this is not creating a problem. This discussion happened already in other registries, like for example in LACNIC. Now, how I am addressing the problem? Well, I am making sure that the transfers are bidirectional, compatible, and reciprocal with all the registries, and facilitating that. at the same time that ensuring that the compliance with the conditions of the rest of the CPM and the RSA are possible. One important comment is that reciprocity is key. We cannot have a policy proposal that don't allow reciprocity, especially with aiding, which is the major donor of addresses to the other rears. So not following that will be a useless proposal in most of the situations, especially for big blocks or transfer for big blocks. So proposed text. Again, I am not going to read everything, just mention the major points. I am doing the proposal in such a way that it's a very simple change to the existing intra-rear policy. So basically what we have is an explanation of what are the resource transfers, that we are recognizing with this proposal both the intra-RIR and the inter-RIR transfers. I am setting the conditions of the transfer, which again come from the existing policy. And one of the discussion points that I already addressed in the list from Owen DeLong is that the timing that I am setting is not nice. Okay, 16 months is not nice, but 16 months is twice the window that we have already in the policy manual. I need to take one timing. And instead of making it up or making it different to existing timings in the policy manual, I think it's more coherent to use existing timings. Otherwise, we can end up discussing that one community member believe that 4 months is sufficient, another 5, another 6 weeks, another 12 weeks. So this is an endless discussion and we should not be based on that. Same for the 5.7.2.3. I am taking the 16 months as the timing. Now, conditions on the recipient of the transfer, again, starting from the existing conditions on the intra-RIR proposal. And then legacy resources, this is again, starting from what we have, will no longer be regarded as legal resources if they are incoming into RIR. That's important because we need to make sure that we don't set conditions if the transfer is outgoing, because that will break the reciprocity, okay? So that's the reason we have that. And then finally, this is the text that is completely new, and it has 3 parts. Some of them have been modified to try to agree with the Owen objections from the previous version. The first one is the required disclosure for transfers. So this is also consistent with the publication of information that is a result of the operational agreement between the other RIRs. So of course, AFRINIC is the last one. We should publish the same information. We are not going to make the other registries to change that if they have been doing that for several years already. Transfers pre-checked. This is an insurance that I mentioned at the beginning in my second slide for the organizations that want to transfer resources, and because the destination of the transfer cannot meet the requirements, it fails. And because they actually told AFRINIC, hey, I don't need any more of these resources, I want to transfer them, they will be subjected to reclaim. We need to protect the people that want to transfer against this situation. So I've taken 1 year as sufficient time for them to transfer again to other parties instead of getting the resources reclaimed. And then one input from the impact analysis of the previous version, which is due diligence. I think this text is not really needed, but the staff asked for it. Is not harming the proposal. So I think it's good to have if the staff prefer to make sure about that. I am going to go back.
Jordi, you
yes.
got 25 seconds left.
Okay, just to address one point that I forgot is, well, I don't see it in the slides, is the point that this policy is not taking mergers and acquisitions because it's already an existing proposal, internal procedure. That can be taken in a different proposal because trying to put all them together in the same proposal will means we are not able to reach consensus. I put here a couple of references, and then I have here my answers to the impact analysis. So I am not sure if you want me to go now or wait for the presentation from the staff.
I think it would be, thanks for asking first, but I think it would be better if we allow the secretariat to run the impact assessments. Okay. And then.
So I am done for the moment then.
Yes, you are. And then I will request my colleagues from the secretariat to go to the impact assessment.
Would you check?
Here, Madvi, go ahead.
Okay, putting my camera on briefly, just to introduce myself, and then I'll put it off. So, good afternoon again. I'm Madvi Gokul from the Policy Liaison Team, and I'll be walking you through the impact assessment of this particular proposal. Just a reminder for those who may have joined us now, that the impact assessments are prepared by a team internally, and we strive to be objective and factual. We try to be proactive, so that may also result in requests to authors to clarify on certain aspects of the proposal. And as you may have noticed, the impact assessments are now more comprehensive and include both the legal and financial assessments. So without further ado, if we can switch to the next slide. So we have provided you with the link to the impact assessment, as they have already been published on the website. But for those who may not have read it, you can see it here in these slides. But generally speaking, this proposal, as styled, so it's allowing for both intra-RIR and inter-RIR transfers. And in the case of inter-RIR, one of the parties is within the AFRINIC service region, and the other one can be in another RIR service region. There are conditions for the transfers that apply to both the source and source meaning an organization willing to transfer its resources, and a recipient meaning organization needing the resources to provide services to its customers. Okay, we have taken note that there is a 16 months sort of hold down period in that a recipient that has received IP resources from AFRINIC within the preceding 16 months will not be approved as a transfer source. Okay, and yes, and also in regard to the recipient justification of its needs, so section 5.4.61 of the CPM will apply. And we've taken note that IPv6 legacy resources transferred in the case of intra-RIR transfers or incoming inter-RIR transfers will lose their legacy status. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll briefly skip through this, through most of the text here. No, previous slide, not skipping. So the pre-check, okay, so the policy proposal has styled, asking us to ensure that the pre-check is valid for up to 12 months, okay? And we have also taken note of the clause saying that both the source holder and recipient will be responsible, to conduct adequate due diligence in regard to the concerned IPv4 resources, and that AFRINIC's role will be to facilitate the transfer, basically putting up the making the necessary changes in the WHOIS database as per the transfer, and that there's no legal responsibility of AFRINIC whatsoever in that process. Next slide. Yeah, so on the clarity of the policy, we have two queries, two clarification queries. So perhaps can the author clarify the reasoning behind the validity of the pre-check to be for 12 months, okay? And also to clarify in case of the pre-check failure, if AFRINIC can take the resources back as the member is not compliant. So there's significant impact on our systems, especially because of the inter-RIR transfers. We've detailed them, we've listed them here, of course. They may be more exhaustive as and when we're implementing the proposal should it reach consensus. Next slide. Okay, so one particular element here, there could be revision of the transfer agreements and registration services agreement in case the proposal reaches consensus. Next slide. Yeah, so there has been a legal assessment, okay, and I think what is what needs to be raised here is the item 3, okay? So in regard to legacy resource holders, yes, the proposal offers them the platform or the means, the medium through which they can transfer the resources, and also through which any legacy resource holders in the AFRINIC region to receive additional resources through the transfer. But of course, it's up to them to register these transfers voluntarily with AFRINIC. Next slide. Item 4, I think it has been addressed by the authors. Yeah, so coming to the impact assessment, so the financial impact assessment, the financial impact is forecast to be high and negative, taking into consideration that resources from the AFRINIC pool can be transferred out of the AFRINIC service region, resulting in AFRINIC losing members to the other RIRs in these outgoing transfers. And secondly, AFRINIC can gain revenue in incoming transfers, mostly due to those legacy, those resources of legacy status that are being transferred into the region, where they will lose that legacy status and be managed under the RSA of the members. On this, I think we are done. So for implementation, so we expect about 12 months of implementation time for this proposal. This is over and above what the CPM prescribes, but looking at the areas on our systems which will which will have to be updated to cater for the inter-RIR policies, we think 12 months is the timeline. So we informing the community about it right away, right at this point in time when we're discussing it. Thank you very much for your attention.
So I can share again my slides.
Sure,
to go for the last slide for the answer to the impact analysis.
Jordi, just a quick one. How many minutes do you gonna need for that?
2 minutes.
Okay. just go ahead, and then I will take over the contentious areas.
Okay.
We can,
basically, there are several points that I am responding to the impact analysis because I believe that the legal stuff is copied from the previous version, so it's outdated, and I believe I have resolved all the issues. So the first point is that the impact analysis says this policy states that after a successful transfer pre-check, AFRINIC cannot perform any reviews and audits, etc., etc. And my text in the policy is clear about that. It says, in order to verify that the resources being transferred were allocated, assigned, and used in accordance with the requirements in section 5.7.2.1, we need to define a time that ensures that if the transfer failed, the resources can find another recipient. Okay, so it's I think my text is clear on that. In case of pre-check failure, can the author clarify if AFRINIC can take the resources? Well, AFRINIC will not initiate a recovery reclamation within this period. But of course, outside that period, you can and you must, okay? Legal assessment, I already mentioned that. The financial impact is forecasted to be high and negative. And this is incorrect because as the stuff is just presented, there is a positive possible impact and a negative possible impact, right? And real data from other registries show that most of the transfers come from ARIN, so the impact will be more possibly positive than negative. And then regarding the reciprocity, as I explained it before, I have not changed anything since version 1 that can modify the reciprocity status. And with that, I am done. Thank you.
May I?
Madvi?
Yes. So in regard to the reciprocity status, we will be updating the impact assessment shortly with the status. But I just wanted to clarify that based on the feedback that we have received from all 4 RIRs, so the policy is reciprocal with the AFRINIC, ARIN, LACNIC, and ROIC NCC's transfer policies. The impact assessment on the website will be updated shortly to include the final response that we have received. And I don't know if, perhaps for the financial impact assessment, if my colleagues James or Nyamal would like to intervene on that, just to provide some feedback, you know, as to why we're saying that will be the outcome.
Okay, maybe Madvi, maybe your colleagues, I'm not seeing them at least on the mic check. Maybe we can take that after we go through the contentious areas. Does that sound like a plan to you? Or would you like them to?
No, yes, we can proceed, and then if they need to intervene,
Okay.
they would. Okay.
All right, perfect, perfect. Can you please then share my slides? A little bit further, please. Yeah. More. One more, or 2 more, actually. That we, yes, 1 more. All right, perfect. So first of all, thanks Jordi, and also thanks Madvi for the impact assessment. Really necessary. Now I will touch on the contentious areas and on the points which have not been addressed and which are pending as of today. Okay. So with regards to the policy, the IPv4 inter-area resource transfer policy proposal, comprehensive scope, we still have a couple of pending points which are reeled out, and it goes as follows. suggest the period of time to be modified in the sections 5.7.2.2 and 5.7.2.3 from 16 months to 18 or 24 months. I do not favor coming to consensus on a policy with a silly clock with a plan to amend the clock later. I think we should come to consensus on a complete policy, including timing. I propose 24 months, but I would find 12 or 18 months acceptable. I think 8 months is a rather silly timeline as well. I call it as I see it. It's very arbitrary number with no rationale. That's pretty much the definition of silly. I disagree that the lockout all done times are not a matter of subjecting the policy. If the community can come to consensus on the timing, then you don't have consensus on the policy, since the timing is part of the policy proposal. I guess Jordi, as an author, also touched a little bit on that. We will be able to do so and more during the open mic, during the Q&A. While I will jump to the next point, which there was a comment on the list that goes as follows. I object to the policy so long as it contains, please can you go to the next slide, please, actually? Okay, so this was the following comment. Object to the policy so long as it contains the provision in the section 5.7.5 unless it is modified as follows. The section 5.7.5 to be AFRINIC might deny a registrant as the source of transfer only if one or more of the following applies. 1. Clear evidence that the resources were fraudulent obtained. 2. Registrant is not current on their AFRINIC fees. 3. There is some question or dispute as to whether registrant is the resource holder of record. 4. There is an unsolved third-party claim to the registration. If one of the above does not apply, then AFRINIC must approve the registrant as source of the transfer and proceed unless there is a problem with the recipient. This point, as far as we are concerned, is still pending. Next slide, please. Okay, it's coming with a bit lag, but I got it. All right, so if the African market is already in shortage, then why is there still a free pool? If there is a shortage, then bad policy is protecting the free pool from being issued to legitimate needs. This point remains also pending. We will have the chance to discuss that as we move on. There was another comment on the list which goes by, honestly, this seems like a lot of steps just to transfer resources from one rear to the other. Since the region currently does not have one, you think this would solve problems, but instead this allows for greater AFRINIC interference and in supposedly interference fee transfer. This is still not addressed. Additionally, the staff themselves has pointed out glaring vague and open-ended definitions that should also be addressed. I would definitely support a policy that has less interferences with the regional internet registry than the current one. Both of these points that I just mentioned are still pending and are not addressed. So we will have the chance to go a bit briefly on that as we move on to the Q&A shortly. Just asking for the next slide, and I will ask, because I didn't have the time to check all the comments. Vincent and Madvis, can you guys kindly let me know whether we should go through this, or was this already been tackled by you, Madvi?
Madvi here. I went through these.
All right, then please go ahead with the next slides, and I think this will bring us to the Q&A discussion. Madhvi, please feel free to intervene if I guess this is already spoken by you. Yeah, right. And this will take us actually into the open mic discussions, Q&A. Before I even allow anyone to go into the mic, I will ask Vincent, is there anything you would like to comment before we do that? I see there is already some chat conversations and Q&A and people on the queue for the mic.
No, I don't think I have comments right now. I think we should allow the participants to give their views, and then we can take it up from there.
Perfect. Then what I will ask my colleagues is just to keep an eye on the Q&A while I will start with the mic queue, and where I will give the word to Elvis. Elvis, please state your name, affiliation, and a clear question to the problem. Please go straight to the point.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Elvis. Go ahead.
So my
Yes,
name
we
is
can.
Elvis. I'm from Nigeria, and I'm also a university student as well. So my problem with this proposal, like I've been saying before, is that I don't think this proposal is going to
recording in progress.
Hello?
Go ahead, Elvis. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
We can hear you.
and then press.org.
Elvis?
So I think someone is saying something.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, I don't see how this proposal is going to solve anything, because like I mentioned before, this proposal is not going to change anything if you keep transferring transferring the IP addresses from one continent to another continent and promoting this transfer of things. And also, it is only AFRINIC that does. AFRINIC does not have the need to have an authority to every transfer. So I don't see any reason why this proposal should move forward. I'm in a position with this proposal.
Okay, we have took note on your comment. Thanks, Elvis. I will kindly ask the authors to take notes because after these sessions, Q&A sessions, we're gonna have them replying to your questions. So the next participant on the mic queue, please go ahead, state your name, affiliation, and the question straight to the point.
Good day, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
My name is Oluwabun. I'm a researcher in a university in Nigeria, and I'm also in Nigeria. I am opposed to this proposal. My reason being that number resource transfer must be free from AFRINIC interference. AFRINIC should just facilitate a smooth resource transfer. The transfer policies give AFRINIC authority to approve or reject any transfer, which is not the case, as they are not the owners of these resources. They are just guardians. So this is the reason why I oppose this.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment, and the author is certainly take notes as well. Next speaker on the mic queue, please go ahead, speak your name loud and clear, affiliation, and your question straight to the point.
Okay, my name is Shiken Chetty from a university in South Africa. So very briefly, I am in disagreement to a provision in the proposal, the aspect where it gives more authority to AFRINIC when it comes to the transfer and management of IP number resources due to the blockchains of IP transfer to and from AFRINIC. Their role as mere managers of number resources are being challenged because of the bureaucracy that this policy introduces if AFRINIC will have a say in the transfer process. Yeah, that's all from me.
Okay, thanks, Chicken. Well noted. I will hand over the mic to the next speaker. Please state your name, affiliation, and question. Hello?
Okay,
I guess it was Gregor. Yes,
Yeah.
we can. Can you speak a bit louder? Okay, cool. We can hear loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Gregor Eumi. I'm from Benin. I'm community member. So my question about the policy itself is the problem statement. So in the problem statement, Jody said AFRINIC is lagging behind an IPv4 market, and this is negative to the region. So the question, which IPv4 market are we talking about? Okay. In my last check, I don't think AFRINIC is an IPv4 broker. And in section 572, condition on the source of the transfer, I did not see any limitation on the condition of the source, which means any IPv4 address in our region can be transferred out. And this is clearly stated in financial assessment that AFRINIC will lose member to the urgent region by doing outgoing transfer. This is negative for AFRINIC itself, which means we're going to kill AFRINIC by transfer everything else. And Jody also said that most of the transfer is coming from ARIN. This is a guess. Can you show the data that, can you prove it with the data? Thank you.
Thanks, Gregor. And I think George is taking notes on that. I just want to remind the following speakers on the mic and also on the chat that we have almost 4 minutes left, 4.5 minutes left. So please state your next speaker, state your name, affiliation, and your question straight to the point.
Similar to the previous speaker, I have challenges with the problem statement, but since that has been touched on, I will move away a little. My questions are the following. Are we not, we appear to be rushing, and so I'm asking, are we not really rushing on this while I'm expecting that we will take public responsibility to ensure that you know, things are done in a certain responsible manner? Okay. Now, my concern is, if you look at 57.6 in due diligence, you had the boldness to say AFRINIC is a facilitator only. That's I'm even surprised that this policy is being discussed, because why would you want AFRINIC to be facilitator only? Your powers in our powers as a working group in developing policy cannot turn AFRINIC into a facilitator, because there's the business of AFRINIC. We should constrain ourselves to the numbers distribution, not into the rights of the organization, you know. And we may in fact be going beyond our remit here, you know, by thinking that because you are in the belly of the bylaws, you can do everything. No, there must be limits. How can it be reciprocal? In fact, even when due diligence excludes AFRINIC, I'm beginning to wonder, even all of these feedbacks we get, what do they really mean? Because you are not going to be able to do any transfer unless AFRINIC approves. So if you begin to try to take AFRINIC out of the process, I begin to wonder whether we are doing the right thing. Okay, thank you, bye-bye.
Thanks for the comment, Professor Ni. And even before I allow the following folks on the mic queue, I will ask my co-moderator Vincent or the PLT to just tell me to just raise 2 or 3 questions from the chat if there are any, so we don't miss any in these next 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Darwin. I think the questions that have been raised have been about one, obviously the issue of whether there is a shortage in the AFRINIC market, in the African market for IP resources, and if that's the case, why do you still have a free pool? The other issue that has been raised is the financial impact, and there are varied views. On one hand, there's a question of the loss from an AFRINIC perspective. On the other side is an issue of and the views that are generally the responses of that. Those are assumptions, and of course the issue of AFRINIC being a facilitator, and that's the main role. I think the questions that have been raised are around that. So I think they've been asked. We can proceed with anybody else on the queue.
On the mic. Okay. Thanks a lot for
yeah,
that.
And I propose,
Yes.
Darwin, that whoever is on the mic, the speakers who are queuing, please let's restrict our comments to what has not been covered by the other speakers. Thank you.
Exactly, and I guess George is also taking notes on that. So I will hand over the microphone to Arnold. Arnold, please state your name, affiliation, and your straightforward question on this proposal itself. Thank you. Arnold, are you with us? Can you hear us? Hello, hello.
Yes, I'm Arnaud. I'm Elena, so I'm speaking in French. I think that most of my questions were already taken up by other attendees, but I'd like to say something. Indeed, AFRINIC resources are limited, and we have a small portion in comparison with other regions, and any policies that we'd required to take into account those short resources into the market, we cannot accept such policies because they are already restricted, they're already limited. So I would agree that if we could use legacy resources in order to bring more resources into Africa, that's okay. But any other requirement that would allow for resources to leave the regions, then we would reject such proposals because we already have limited resources. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your point. I will just ask the following. We still have two on the mic queue, which is Elaine and Mark Elkins. We are running out of time, so we already run out of time. I will just ask you guys to step into the mic, state your name, affiliation, and please go ahead with your question. Take into consideration that we don't have time anymore.
Yes,
Ellen, the mic is yours.
Yeah, this is Alain Ayina again, Digital Internet Services. Before I go to Jordi, I want to respond to something. I hear something from one of the speakers said, AFRINIC is not the owner of the resources, so AFRINIC should not be involved. But then the question is, if AFRINIC is not the owner, how come the RIR, the local internet registry, or the end users are the owners? No, these resources are not for AFRINIC, not for the RIR. It belongs to all. It belongs to the global community, not only the African community. Okay, that is my thing. Number two is that briefly, Jody, on the financial aspect, you know, have you looked at the statistic published recently? Have you seen the transfer between LACNIC and the other regions? We agree it could be positive, it could be negative. Have you looked at the statistic between LACNIC and the other regions? Okay, and I'm surprised that you, Jody, you were concerned, and in one of your old versions you have a safeguard. I don't know what happened, but that safeguard has disappeared. Then last thing is that most of the things you have on the problem statement are bogus. We don't have time for now. I'll put them on the mailing list. Thank you.
Thanks, Alain. Mark, you are the last one. Please state your name, affiliation, and your question, and then we will give the ability for the authors to start responding into the raised questions. Go ahead, Mark.
Presume people can hear me. Right, rushing. I don't think we are rushing. We've been speaking about this since Point Noir. That was several years ago. I am a resource member. I'm not a research person, so I'm actually a resource member who uses IPv address space. I believe that we should be equal with the world so that we can move space around. That's a way of getting the space in. I also think, though, that the existing space that we've still got stockpiled at AFRINIC should be made easier to acquire. For example, how would Elon Musk get enough space for Starlink so that we can connect the unconnected remote users around Africa? Because CGNet really sucks. So I want to see some sort of proposal like this get through so that we can address these sorts of things. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, and fair point on that. I'm just checking with my colleague, my co-chair, and with the secretariat. If we don't have anyone on the queue already, we don't have time for further more questions. Matvey, you mentioned, shall we bring James? Does James has a comment before we hand over to Jordi?
Yes, please, because he has speaker rights, you may not have seen him queuing
Yes.
up. That's the problem with the
All
speakers.
right.
So over to James now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, James, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Darren. Yeah, I just want to comment on the impact assessment, the financial side. This is James, AFRINIC Member Services. So on the estimate that was run, I think one thing that has been raised was what Alain said. We've used data that is across all regions, and I think the Q3 of 2021 data shows a different observation than we have always had before. So our estimate actually was over the past 12 months period from Q3 of 2020 to 2021, but also some of the data that we also have to consider was the distribution of transfers within the region so far. So accordance to, I think, the legacy resources, ever since the intra-RIR came into place, we haven't processed any legacy resource transfer based on the policy. So just putting in perspective a few things that have been put in consideration, we observed that in the first 2 years, there would be minor or kind of minor decline in the revenue, but in the third year is when there would be a noticeable impact between the revenue and the cost, the operational cost. That would impact the cost per member, and maybe it may have some impact at the end of the day. So this is just to clarify the observation that that has been put in the IA. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot, James. I will then hand over the microphone to Jordi as an author of this policy. I will kindly request my colleagues to set up the timer to 10 minutes from now. I guess we still have a lot to discuss. And after the author has responded to everything, we will then go offline for a bit for further deliberations. So, Jordi, the floor is yours.
If I understood correctly to the last comment from James, data shows that it may happen that initially it's negative impact for AFRINIC. And I think probably that's right. But what it matters here is the medium and long term. And we need to recognize that because this policy takes probably around 1 year to be implemented, that decline is not going to impact so much in AFRINIC. And there is also a special event, and this is somehow also replying to Alain, is that in the last months, concretely in February this year, AFRINIC got from White a big chunk of IPv4 addresses that was put in the market. So that changed the situation of the direction of the transfers, but that was a special unique event that will not ever happen anymore. And if it happens, it's good because it means that it's not just ARIN being the major donor, but also from other regions. But this is not possible in AFRINIC because in AFRINIC there is not a major owner of a big block of addresses, so it may not happen. So clearly the financial impact even in the short term after the policies implemented will be always in the good side of AFRINIC, not in the negative impact. Okay, so with that, I think I have answered also the question from Alain. I believe Mark didn't make a question, or I missed that. I didn't understood that as a question, but just as a positive support comment for the proposal. Answering to Alvis, I have responded already to that in the list, and also other participants responded to that, so not just myself. This kind of policy, again, takes up to 1 year to be implemented, and the current pool is draining. Anyway, if you come to AFRINIC for a big block of addresses now, how you will get it? If a new ISP want to establish business in the region, how they can make it? They cannot, at least not with IPv4. They need to go for IPv6 only, and maybe with small portions of IPv4, offer IPv4 as a service, okay? Now, responding to the next speaker, Olunabuni, sorry about the pronunciation of the name, this policy just set the framework. AFRINIC, and Alan also responded to that, AFRINIC already suggested the due diligence text. So yes, that is up to the parties to agree on the conditions, but under the conditions set not just by AFRINIC in this policy proposal, but also by the other registries, because it must be reciprocal. Responding to Chechen, there is no bureaucracy further to what other registries are asking. And again, we need to keep reciprocity. So we cannot delete the bureaucracy, because then we cannot exchange addresses with other regions. So that's it. It's we take it or we are out of business. That's it. Grigor, regarding lagging behind the market. Yes, look at the stats. We just commented about that, and James also said that. So anything can be transferred out. That's true. But the reality, the stats said that if you look, instead of just a few weeks, you look for several months or 1 or 2 years, the statistics show that it's always adding the one that is transferring the resources. So the other rears are getting more resources, because obviously Erin is the one that has more resources, especially more legacy resources. Responding to Ni, the implementation takes again 1 year, so we are not rushing. AFRINIC is a facilitator. Yes, that's true. But Alan also responded to that again. We must check as AFRINIC, as an organization, we must check that the conditions are met. Okay, so we cannot bypass that, because then will be a wild market, not a market that is managed by policies. And finally, Arnav, if there is a situation where resources suddenly escape from AFRINIC, again, same response as before, and not come in, there is always the possibility that the board, taking the power of the bylaws, pauses the policy. So if that's the situation and it puts in danger AFRINIC as an organization, the board can take an action on that, and then can come to the next PPM for endorsing or not by the community. And finally, regarding the comments that Darwin presented at the beginning, I believe I responded all of them. Some of them has been addressed already in the list. Like, for example, if the African market is already in shortage, has been addressed by myself and by other people. I am reading again them, and I don't see anything that has not been resolved. The only points that somehow not resolved is that Owen believes that the 8 months, well, actually 16 months is arbitrary. Yes, it's arbitrary, but it's arbitrary in the existing CPM, not in my proposal, because my proposal is taking data from, or taking a period from the existing CPM. What we can do about that? Do we want to discuss for 10 years? If the community agrees on 1 month, 2 months, 18, 16, 15, what? It's impossible. That's not a way to reach consensus. So it's arbitrary, yes, but any timing, it's typically arbitrary. And we decide already in the CPM about some timing. And I am just reusing that timing. And the other final objection from Owen is regarding section 5.7.5. I understand, as somebody else told me a couple of days ago, that Owen is poisoned against the board. And I understand perfectly. He's defending the position of his customer, but I am trying to defend the position of the global community. And the position is that there must be some measures to protect the resources from AFRINIC and to protect the community. And even if I don't necessarily agree with all what the board is doing and the legal impact assessments and all these kind of things, I believe that the way that the text in the policy proposal is there is sufficiently protective for the community. And yes, if AFRINIC staff want to do something wrong, they can do it anytime, because they can ask the board to approve a policy for anything in the CPM. So if we only think in that direction, then we have nothing to do. We just close the working group and we are done. Thank you.
Madhvi from the liaison team, can I have 1 minute to clarify one position, Chess? No.
Go ahead, Madhvi, if they are not responding.
Madhvi, can you hear us?
Go ahead.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
we
you
can
go
hear
ahead.
you now.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right,
Right.
yes. So I think, yes, so we did mention in assessment, you know, the role of facilitator, but it is in a particular context. AFRINIC will act as an RIR and assess all the transfer requests according to the policies. But one thing that we wanted to clear out is the buyer and the seller, or the source and the recipients, as we call, they would be interacting outside the purview of AFRINIC. AFRINIC will not be party to whatever agreements or whatever promises are being made between those parties. So that is why we said that it's up to the source and the recipients to conduct their due diligence, okay, when undertaking a transfer, and that's the facilitator role that we will play, but also we will do the other checks as prescribed by the policy. Okay, that will definitely happen.
Madhvi, if I can say in different wording, what we are clarifying here, which the policy agrees on that, is that AFRINIC is not taking part on the transaction, just checking that the transaction can be done following the rules. Right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks Madhvi, and also thanks Jody for this last interaction. I guess we will now go offline. We are actually running out of time. We will go now offline for at least 3 or 5 minutes. We kindly request the community to bear with us, and we shall do further deliberations on these regards, and we shall get back as soon as possible. Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me well. I will ask Vincent also to turn his camera on and just let me know if my audio is loud and clear before we announce our decision on the policy proposal, which was presented. Okay. Yes, we got Vincent. All right. So, well, co-chair decision on this policy proposal is no consensus because having considered the discussions in the RPD and the current public policy meeting, the co-chairs have determined that the consensus has not been reached because a number of valid concerns, objections still that have not been addressed yet. The policy proposal will therefore go back to the RPD mailing list for further discussions and the community inputs and for refinements. We will certainly share with all the authors on the meeting minutes, where we are coming from, and you will be able as an author to see where you need to improve and which points are still open.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, Jody. Vincent, do you want to add anything, or can we go to the break? Audio is missing. All right. Your audio is missing for some reason. But Georgie, thank you very much for that. I guess we can, because we are running out of time, instead of 10 minutes of break, I would suggest that we just do 5 minutes of break and we start at 5 minutes after sharp. Yeah. Thank you very much. See you guys in a bit. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Hopefully you had enough time to grab some water or to grab some coffee. Thanks, everybody. Just doing a mic check control again. Vincent, is my audio loud and clear? All good? Oh, can someone confirm? Oh, I see Vincent does. Okay, audio good. I see Vincent as a participant. He should be upgraded to speaker. I think this is handled. So let's move on to our last policy proposal discussion for the day, for day one. The author is Jordi. Hopefully Jordi is with us again as well. And we will be touching bases on the public information policy proposal. I will hand over the mic to Jordi for 8 minutes. Jordi, are you with us? If yes, kindly turn your camera and mic.
If
Yes.
I can
Yes,
share my next slide set, I think is this one.
Okay, it's coming something, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So I hand over the floor to you. Cheers.
Thank you. Very simple proposal. We know that in the recent months, we have discussions in AFRINIC, which have already happened in previous years, where there are doubts that the justification provided by some members is actually true. So there are doubts that some justifications for the need are artificial. And obviously, this is very harmful, especially with a resource like IPv4 that we know all that is being exhausted. So what I am trying to do with this proposal is to clean up the situation where the community don't have information about those resources. Okay, so we can be suspicious about if something is true or not. Only the staff has that information, but I believe the community has the right to also has that information, not all the information, but at least a short summary of what was the justification provided for requesting the resource. So that's what I am doing with this proposal. I am going to jump directly into the text of the proposal. And what the proposal is doing is, after every 2 years, a resource has been allocated, asking AFRINIC to publish a summary of that information. Again, a summary, not the complete information, because the complete information is protected by privacy between the resource holder and AFRINIC. But nothing protects writing up a summary. Okay, the summary can always be written in such way that don't disclose the information that the holder is believing that it's confidential. And in fact, to avoid legal problems on that, I am offering, let's say, the holder this version of the summary in case he wants to say, hey, we cannot say that because this is damaging my business in such or such way. And there is a conversation during 3 months maximum between AFRINIC and the resource holder to protect what cannot be disclosed. And in exceptional cases, that can be extended to 1 more year. Considering the discussions in the list and the business in internet, I think it's clear that we are not breaking anything, and it's almost impossible to be in a situation where a resource holder is asking for resources for the next 5 years or 10 years. Sorry, somebody trying to enter my home. So I don't think that's going to create a problem in that sense. Okay, so I think with that I can stop here and then respond after the analysis impact.
this is the best way to handle that, and I will ask my colleagues from the Secretariat to jump on the mic. There you go. Go ahead, Bryce.
Yes. Yeah, I'll go straight to the staff impact analysis on the. Yes, can you move to the next slide, please? So again, this impact analysis is a teamwork. So it's not a policy liaison standalone work. It's a teamwork, and we try to make it change. We make it improve with a lot of contents and make it more readable and with a systematic legal and financial impact assessment. Okay, so basically, AFRINIC allocate and issue IP numbers based on the justification received from our members. And this proposal said that AFRINIC should provide a summary of these justifications to the community. AFRINIC should make this summary, this information public. And in the same time, the policy also leave to AFRINIC the how of the leave the AFRINIC the content of the summary. This policy also states the some details on how AFRINIC should proceed, like after 2 years for each staff, for each members, AFRINIC should provide 3 months prior to this 3-year anniversary, a summary on these the justification that this member have provided during his application. We also have the another interpretation of staff on the implementation, and the resource vendor will automatically receive the notification. So there is also of a copy of the requirement that the justification that they send during the application. Next slide. So this on staff comments, we have to notice that AFRINIC have like issued over 6,000 of IP numbers since we've started operations. So, and out of these 6,500, we have like around 5,000 that are eligible to be under this policy. And so this means that AFRINIC have to provide a lot of, create a lot of summaries to this if this policy is implemented. And we also, I'm trying to give you like key points. We also have to, next slide, please. So this policy said that we actually won't need like additional staff to do the job. But as you can see, as I just said, over 5,000 of those resources reached like over 2 years. So this means that we must need additional staff to make it happen. And another point that is also very important for us is the next slide, please. The impact of the potential breach of the section 4 in the registration service agreement, where we have to protect the privacy of our members. And this, if we have to make public confidential information that have been provided by our members during the application to the community, it might expose AFRINIC to be strict, to be strict by our members. The proposal introduced, yes, I've just discussed about the workload, and we need also to bear in mind that we definitely need like more human resources to make it happen. Okay, the AFRINIC member resource to whom resources have already been issued have not providing any agreement consent to AFRINIC to do it. So this means that for AFRINIC to be able to release those information, we need to have like an okay for our members, or we need to have a decision from a judge from the Mauritius court. So this is not something that is also mentioned. This provision is also not clear in the proposal. And I will go to, can we go to the next slide, please? On the legal impact. So I'll go straight quickly in the legal impact. So it's the same thing. The proposal aims to providing the disclosure or publication of information pertaining to resource member needs. It's information which will have been shared with AFRINIC during the pre-contract stage. And this is opposite the state of all information exchange between AFRINIC and the members. And this is again go against the section 4D of the RSA. So these most of the key points that are presented on the legal impact, and I will now go to the financial impact. So this section will, as this proposal is adopted, will ask AFRINIC to take more staff, because as I said, the workload will be important, and the current staff won't be able to handle this current workload. The current workload, this means that the request we are getting from our current members, the new members that we have to satisfy, and on top of this, we are going to add these over 5,000 reports that we need to find. And we'll also have to notice that during the membership process, we have many back and forth. And these back and forths are not organized in a given platform. We have like a ticketing system, so many information are stored in the ticketing system. So, but there's another work here as well, because we need to find a way to organize all this information to be able to produce like a summary, a summary that can be available for the community. So I will end with the timeline that will be made available when we have clarification on those issues. So I would like to stop here and give the floor back to Darwin. Thank you.
Assessment, I guess like we did previously, we also allow a very quick Jordi to comment on his thoughts. Very quick, Jordi, so I can move on. Thank you.
Yes, very quickly. Just touching on 2 points of the impact analysis. The proposal is as Greiten exposes AFRINIC to a potential breach of Section 4D of the Registration Services Agreement. That's not correct. In my opinion, you are not sharing all the information that has been provided. You are making a summary, and there is always ways to do a summary without disclosing information, but at least ensures the transparency towards the rest of the community. Regarding the workload, the proposal is clear. They can phase the implementation according to the resource availability. If that means that every month you can only make 10 summaries and it takes 5 years for you to complete all the existing resources, I am fine, because I guess that you will do it smartly and you will start with those resources that have more contentious. So if somebody has a big block and the community is saying this was an artificial justification, you will start with that one. That's the way the policy is written, to consider that. That's it. Thank you.
My colleagues to share my slides, so we can touch into the contentious areas identified by us. One more, please. All right, that's perfect. So there were a couple of points addressed and unaddressed. I will start by reading the first one, which was shared on the mailing list. Forcing members to come forward with a business when AFRINIC is just there to manage resources and not to act with authority is not promoting openness and transparency within the community. This point, according to our records and what we could gather, is still pending. We will have the chance to debate that more once we come into the Q&A section. The second point, which has been addressed, goes by why is there a need to publish this justification? The comment was that I believe only resources in dispute should be published, and this must only be evoked by a court order. Risks of implementing this include copycat justification and witch hunting from the competition. Again, the point has been addressed, and we have the URL on the slide deck for your review. The third point, which was also addressed, goes by, does giving 1 month to provide alternative text give room to provide a different justification or to revalidate existing justification? How does the additional 1 year change the privacy status of the business blueprint? According to what we could gather, the point has also been addressed by the author. So I will kindly request my colleagues to go to the next slide, please. Okay. For more clarity, we do encourage the PDWG and the authors to review the published document on the website, please. We go with the following statement. It is apposite to state that all information exchanged between AFRINIC and applicant resource member, either prior or during the tenure of RSA, fell under the regime of confidentiality at common law, such that AFRINIC cannot, without the express consent of the concerned resource member or pursuant to a judge order, disclose this information to third parties. In fact, this is not something that can be unilaterally be imposed on individual resource members by AFRINIC through the letters PD framework. Accordingly, there is no legal soundness for this proposal. The attention of the PDWG and the author is drawn to Section 4D of the Registration Services Agreement. AFRINIC will comply with all applicable data protection and privacy laws of the Republic of Mauritius in its handling of data and information submitted to it by the applicant in furtherance of an application for services and use. Therefore, the proposal as written exposes AFRINIC to a potential breach of Section 4D of the Registration Services Agreement. Should it be driven by the proposal to publish a public summary in the case where no feedback or consent is received from the member within 30 days. Next slide, please. Also, just go on back. This was the last slide, whereby we will now open the floor actually for the Q&A session. I ask my colleagues kindly to put the timer on 20 minutes from now on. We do have the author on the other side. Jordi, please do take notes. We have folks lining up on the mic queue and also on the chat. I will ask my colleagues to keep an eye on the chat while I will move ahead with the mic. All right, Vincent, are we good to start with the mic first?
I don't know whether we need to give Jody a chance to first respond to the issues. Actually, it's a single issue.
Yeah, it is a single issue. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that you can respond to that first, and then I will go to the other.
Yes, I can do it very quickly. Basically, I think I already responded to that. Basically, the thing here is that AFRINIC already has the information of the business because you need to justify the need for the resources. So I am not changing that. What I am saying is AFRINIC that must have that information because it's the only way to justify the need for the resources. The degree of level of information that AFRINIC will have, it will depend on the go and forth that already Brice mentioned that happens sometimes. But what I am asking is just for a summary, not that information. So I think it's resolved. Thank you.
All right. All right, I think, thanks for that, Jody and Vincent, also to jump into that. We will then proceed with the first speaker on the microphone. I would kindly request folks to raise name, affiliation, and questions related to the policy proposal, please. Go ahead. First speaker, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, we can, loud and clear.
My name is Oluwabumi. I am a researcher and I am also a Nigerian. The whole proposal is still confusing as to what the goal of the proposal is. What are the goals that this proposal wants to achieve? And why is there a need to publish all this kind of information? If I may also ask, what will the community benefit from it? If AFRINIC wants to promote openness, fairness, and transparency, there can be more safe ways. And also, safeguards must be ensured without compromising the data security of resource members. Thank you.
Thank you. We just has been advised we have 70 minutes for day one, so please check and go ahead and state your affiliation and the question related to the policy. Hello, Chicken, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah, I was just able to speak now. Hi, my name is Shiken Chetty. I'm from a university in South Africa. Jody did sort of cover my concerns because I did say as well on the mailing list that I did dislike this proposal, as it can be seen as a way to enact surveillance on resource members by having confidential data monitored by AFRINIC. I felt as if
I think Chicken has fallen off. Darwin?
Yes, I think so too. We will hand the mic then to Professor Ni.
Yeah, we can allow Professor Ni.
Okay, thank you very much. I have two comments, one a related problem statement and one related to the need to discuss the limits of our working group. Okay. I have a feeling that in the problem statement, this is why I said it's hurried. Like the last time I was misunderstood as though that the policy was urgent. Okay, but I'm saying that if you read through this document, the problem statement, you will notice that something doesn't quite make sense. On the one hand, you say that the justification information, okay, could be used maliciously. Could be, that's in the future, you know, it could be. Can you show me any evidence of that malicious use? Or did you mean could have been used? Okay, so you have to be very clear. You said could be, so okay, it could be. Then show me the evidence. Could have been. Maybe I'll back off a little bit. So problem statement is kind of not clear. Okay, and that is a problem typical of this proposal. The second issue is, you know, there must be limits to what we can, you know, in some sense can recommend as policy. Okay, and the reason I'm saying this is that sometimes you see us jumping into micromanaging the organization and telling even now the organization what to do about its own confidential data. This is the extent we are going, you see, and it's almost getting to the point of trying to govern the organization, the business of AFRINIC, which is different from the document production side of the organization. So we need to be, you know, clear in our head, you know, what it is. And if it can be used maliciously from the interpretation I'm seeing here, why do you want us to publish it? So it gets used maliciously? So there's something not clear, you know. Are you saying, anyway, I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Ni. speaker. Please state your name and affiliation and question to this policy proposal.
Hello, my name is Anthony. I represent myself. Just a quick one. The prof already said a lot of things. The very justification for this proposal is something I really don't understand. And one of my comments was referred to as being addressed. It was commented on, but not addressed. And I think when a resource owner has an agreement with AFRINIC, it's bilateral, and I don't see a need for policy to publish it. And directly, the staff has already said it contravenes with the laws of Mauritius. So why exactly is Jody writing this proposal, and what is the ultimate gain? So I don't want to repeat all I've said. This is just re-echoing what others have already pointed out. I don't think this policy is worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Alain is our last speaker, and then we will then move a bit offline to discuss the proposal itself. Alain, mic is yours. Name, affiliation, and questioner, please.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes, we
can
hear you.
So, yes, Alain Ayina, Interact Restructure. Just to say, I don't have a question, but we've said this many times. Let not go policy way at the first round. Jody, okay, we've seen an issue, okay, but let's discuss. That's why I say before we go for policy route, we should discuss. And if we agree that there is a room for policy, we go there. If there is not a room for policy, it could be a recommendation to staff, or it could be a recommendation for board. But if we try to go a policy way every time, you know, it's not correct, and it wastes time, because we just wasted 30 minutes discussing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alain. Vincent and Secretariat, do we perhaps have any questions from the chat?
Yes, we do.
There's a question from Paul. It says that, and I'm just reading it out. It isn't clear to me whether this policy has retrospective application. Will the disclosures only be in respect of applications for resources after the introduction, or will it be a case of all resources already done are affected? I believe retrospective application will raise various concerns and valid objectives, but forward operation should not, as a party, making an application to Africa, know of the policy and so on. There is also, I don't know who is this. Okay, I'm Mathanya Ramaboya. That's a second one now. I'm Mathanya Ramaboya from South Africa, and I'm a researcher from a university. What I do not like about this proposal is that it is damaging to the business, because publishing information regarding the usage can be as a way to change the business plans and models in order to upstage one another. The section in which states that a resource member can come up with another draft is already counterproductive to the goal of openness and transparency. Hold on. Because what if a member submits a draft that is still full of loopholes? Then check-in, I think there's another comment here. Check-in, my apologies, I seem to have been cut off here. He was cut off. Jody sort of covered my concerns. I did mention on the mailing list that I dislike this proposal, because this can be seen as a way to enact surveillance to the resource members by having confidential data be monitored by AFRINIC. The RSA already gives AFRINIC authority to validate the justification of resource member regarding their number resource usage. And this also gives AFRINIC more authority to monitor their members subtly, which should not be the case, because they are just managers of African IPs. They're not the owners of it. I think those are the three comments that you have. And I can see Paul's hand is up.
Yeah, so we need to decide what to do here, Vincent, because we have 9 minutes sharp to close day one, and we should also allow Jordi to speak before we go into further deliberations.
Yeah, I think we can, because Paul is on the line, we can give him a chance to speak for 30 seconds. We can give Jody 4 minutes, and then you can take another few minutes to make a decision.
Perfect. Paul, the floor is yours.
Seconds. If I could just add, while I have got concerns about the legality of implementing the policy immediately, I think it would be beneficial if AFRINIC were to start preparing these summaries. Even if they don't get consent to release them, and even if we can't introduce a policy to make it mandatory that they're released after a certain period of time, the exercise of the organization preparing those summaries and giving the members those summaries exists. So I think even if the policy is referred back for further consideration and consensus, I would implore AFRINIC's staff to sort of work as though they need to be getting ready to implement this policy from the perspective of preparing those summaries. That's basically all that I want to add at this stage.
Thanks, Paul. Jody, please, if we can be quick on the answers, we would very much appreciate it, so we also can go
Very
into
quickly,
further deliberations.
Paul made 2 comments. The first one I responded in the chat regarding if it applies to the previous resources before the policy or after the policy. I am talking about everything. I think I already explained that and responded to the chat. I also agree with what Paul just said, that it will be good to prepare the summary even if we don't have a policy. That's perfectly valid internal process for the staff, because as the staff mentioned, they have a lot of information that is not well organized, and that's a terrible mistake. We should have information, at least for the internal management of the staff, in a way that when they pick up on any resource, they can see all the history of what happened with that resource and the justification. Okay, now, basically, Olengwani said about what Olengwani said, I responded already as well. It's about transparency. We want to make sure that the justifications are not artificial. And the only way to look at that is having a summary and having the information organized from the staff, which the staff recognizes that is not organized in a coherent way and a quick way to see everything. I think the comment from Chechen has been addressed. The comment from Dr. Lee, well, it's could be and could have been, because again, I am referring to what happened up to now and what can happen in the future. Okay, so it may happen already, and we know it, that somebody has cheated AFRINIC. And well, I don't call this micromanagement, I call it transparency. I am not fan of micromanagement, but when things are not clear, I think the community can step in and decide how we want to do the things. Anthony, again, repeating myself, transparency and avoiding anyone cheating AFRINIC and the community. I could cheat AFRINIC on a justification of resources, and maybe AFRINIC don't discover it. But if there is a summary that is made public, it happens that there are more eyes on the community that can take a look on that. Okay. Unfortunately, it's only 2 years after that. But if something was broken, maybe somebody else can see that because they know the local business or whatever. Alan. Well, his comment is not from the policy, and I believe he's wrong. Basically, because we don't waste time. Having policy proposals is the way we have, and the only way we have, to get real input from the community and real input from the staff. I cannot ask for an impact analysis on an idea because I tried it several times and we don't get that. And I understand that it's normal, because otherwise every question on the mailing list will trigger a lot of effort from the staff. Finally, from Matania, if I got correctly, if the summary don't match the reality, the staff will reject that, obviously. So yes, you can cheat the staff when you request the resource, and then try to cheat the staff when making the summary. I think it will be too obvious. And with that, I think I am done. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Jody, for answering all questions. We have slightly 4 minutes. Me and my colleagues, we're gonna go offline for a bit, and we'll return with the final result on this policy. Just bear with us very quick. Thank you. Hi everybody. Can you hear me? Please. Perfect. All right. Since this is actually the last policy for the day and we are running out of time also to close, first of all, we would like to thank everybody who participated today on today's session. We really appreciate, and we will, keep counting on your support on having a better PDP and a better working group, and to truly discuss proposals that will solve problems in the near future for us all. So coming back into the policy itself, we did take a decision. So we have decided that there is no consensus reached on this policy proposal. And having considering the discussions in the RPD and the current public policy meeting, the co-chairs have determined that the consensus has not been reached because a number of still valid concerns and objections which have not been addressed. The policy proposal will therefore go back to the RPD mailing list for further discussions and community inputs, and at the end of the day, for further refinements. We truly thank the author for his efforts, and we count on the community to make it even better. So with that in mind, I think we addressed all the points that we had to address it on day one. From my side, thank you very much for being a part of day one, and we are counting on your support for day two and presence as well. Thank you from my side, and Vincent, I hand it over for you. Yes, it's perfect now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you've concluded it well, and we can look forward to further engaging with the PDWG tomorrow. We're meeting again at 0900 UTC to look at the other policy proposals, and also have an opportunity to have an open mic where we'll engage on the efficiency and effectiveness of our PDP. Thank you, and good evening.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for today's program. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us during this session, and I hope this session has been enriching enough for you. Please be sure to join us tomorrow for another enriching internet policy discussion session. Maybe if I could recap on a few announcements. So we want you to, if you can find the time, to register for the IPv6 certifications at certifics.io. Certifics, that's CERTIC.io, with 50% discount coupon, which is code AF3450. Also, you can register on our e-learning platform, academy.afrinic.net, to expand your knowledge on the IPv6. And we want to say a big thank you to our AFRINIC-34 online sponsors, our connectivity sponsor, MTEL Mauritius, technical sponsors, Africa, Meta, and Team Kimru, KIMRU, and in African ISP category, DNS Africa. Finally, we are pleased to invite you to our closing cocktail tomorrow, 18th November 2021, starting around 13:00 UTC. The event will be hosted on special chat platform. So we are looking forward to meet you all tomorrow. So we have come to the end of day one of PPN. At your own convenience, please feel free to leave the room. See you tomorrow. Bye.